My guest of honor here is today. Let's bring him on. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh,
How's it
you are
going?
super low. Can you,
Wait, am I low?
yeah, you're super low. It's hard to hear you.
How is that possible? What do you have me set to on your end?
Let me look. You're at 150%. I could turn you to 200.
Well, hold on. I'll adjust some things. Give me a second.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, he's getting ready. He's getting his tech stuff done, gang. Don't worry. Just to let you know, this is a call-in show. So if you'd like to call in and talk to us about anything that you have on your mind, anything you've seen either of us produce or an opinion we've stated that you want to talk to us about, you're more than welcome to jump on. I'll put the Discord link in my chats. You click that link, you accept the rules, you jump backstage, we'll pull you in. Get in line backstage. If too many people get in line, which sometimes happens, I'll try to go in the order that I see you come in, but I'll do my best. It's not a
Okay, how
perfect
do I sound
system.
now?
Oh, you sound much better. I don't know what you changed, but I can hear you now, so great.
This is way too loud from my usual recording, so I have to remember to turn it back down.
um,
So I thought that Brianna Wu was showing up.
uh,
Has,
I thought so
has she
too.
bailed?
I don't think so. I talked to her this morning.
Mm-hmm.
She's having a date night with her husband, but she's going to try to call in. We'll see, right? I don't know
Okay.
how that works, but we'll see. Um, I hope she gets here.
So,
Let me send her a quick little message.
yeah, when you approached me for this, I was like, I have no clue why you'd want to do this because there's no set topic,
Hmm.
and I'm not an interesting person on my own.
What do you talk about? Yes, you are.
My videos are interesting, but I'm not interesting.
Why do you hate yourself like this? Like, if I didn't think you were interesting, I wouldn't invite you on.
I don't hate myself, I just know where my strengths and weaknesses are.
Well, let's interrogate this a little bit. Like, so I see you all the time have conversations with people, hours long, and people tune in, people watch, people view it. Why is this different, right? Like, there's several things that we can talk about, like the Jew tunnels. I have to get your opinion, right?
I
Um,
have no clue what's going on with that, man. Like it there's going to be some great memes that come out of it, and we're probably going to see that video of that one Jewish guy climbing out of the sewer grate. That's going to be reposted for the next 50 years, I'm sure.
yeah,
But
it's I don't know. Did you see
I,
the
I have I don't know the main story there. Like I've heard some people say that like the tunnels actually run to, was it a children's hospital or an orphanage or something, and they're having sex with kids down there, and like I don't know, I've seen so much wacky stuff, I don't know what's true. I think the story is too new to know what's really true just yet.
no? I agree with you. It's something that they're going to investigate. We're going to find out in the future, but you're right. The memes are super funny. And there's a small little interaction I saw on Twitter a while ago about a man in New York City who was complaining on Twitter that he was hearing Yiddish underneath his bed at night, right? Like it sounded
Hmm.
like there was Jewish people digging tunnels, and he was tweeting about this in November, right? And no
Yep,
one
yeah, I
believed
saw.
him. Everyone thought he was just lying, like he was this huge anti-Semite. And I don't know, I can't get it out of my head where I have this image of this guy who's like legit hearing digging sounds underneath him. He's trying to tell people, but no one believes him. They all think he's just making it up. To me, I don't know. That's peak funny. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm built different. I don't know, but I can't stop laughing at it. So
Oh no, that is pretty funny, yeah. Like I've seen a few people claim that the New York police, rather than investigate it, are just filling the tunnels with concrete and trying to like hope everyone forgets about it. I don't know if that's true. I don't know anything about this. Like I think we'll have to wait a little bit to see what happens. If we wait a
fair enough.
month and no one said a single peep, and the police aren't commenting, then maybe you can talk about how it might be some sort of a conspiracy, but right now it's probably too soon to tell.
Maybe. I don't know. It's so the rumor I've heard, the more reasonable rumor I've heard is that they built these during the COVID, during the lockdowns, because they still wanted to get to their synagogue, right? They wanted to congregate even during the COVID lockdowns. But I'm not sure how true that is. It's just something I've heard. So we'll see.
It's possible, yeah. It's
Yeah.
possible.
Like I said, we'll see. And yes, there's a lot of anti-Semitism, a lot of like sex with kids conspiracies and stuff coming out of this, but it's still funny. So I can't. I don't know.
It is pretty funny, yeah. Yeah.
But
Hold
gang.
on, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna
Hmm,
try to find. Hold on. Give me just a second.
uh,
A surprisingly good resource for this stuff is actually Know Your Meme.
really?
Yeah, because they do document memes, but they also document at least some of the context behind them. I wouldn't just trust them, but they
Sure.
sometimes have things that others don't. I see.
Maybe.
So for example, here, I'll come on, I'll DM you this.
Well, let's see what you got.
So always take Twitter headlines with a grain of salt, right? But like for example, this guy is claiming that the tunnels are being sealed off by the police, right? It's like, well,
Hmm.
maybe.
Well, I did see video of them like the one of the sewer grates welding it shut. But again, I have no idea. Um, this yeah, I don't know how true this is either. Uh, it is interesting though. And unfortunately, it's going to feed into a lot of stereotypes. We'll see how it goes, right? We'll see how it goes. um, but this is a call-in show. So I just wanted to let my members know. If you want to call in and talk to us, you absolutely can. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. Thank you to Zephyr Hash. Nobody believes me when I hear wick in my walls. Well, you know what? They'll never find my tunnels, buddy. They'll never. I'm too clever. Okay. And Jacob for $5 says, "I know a lot about the community and can speak to this with confident knowledge." Risky caller, but if you want to call in and then and tell us how much you know about the Jewish community, like this could go one of two ways. You could be deeply involved, a Hasidic Jew yourself, or you could know what they are thinking and what they don't want you to know. I don't know, but you can absolutely call in and talk to us. We do have a caller, someone you and I both know and love. Give me a second. Our friend, Artemis Fowl. Hi.
hi,
You're live.
Hey there.
hi, Artemis. How's it going?
Not bad. How are you doing?
Good.
So we're going with the Jewish tunnels as a topic, or
You're the caller. You get to
um,
talk to us
Do
about
you
what
want to
you
talk about
want
the
to talk.
Jewish tunnels?
I mean, I don't mind, but it's not going to be as entertaining as one might think.
Okay, well, actually, here. Do you usually you have some secret glowy knowledge? So tell us about the Jewish tunnels, Artemis.
Well,
What do you know?
for starters, the city of New York City has been at war with the Hasidic Jewish population ever since COVID lockdown started. Specifically, their shops and stores and stuff were like brutally like broken into by police because they were serving people, and getting them all shut down by the city.
Wouldn't be
That's one
surprised
of
to be
them.
honest. I think
Yep.
I think a lot of, let's say, more religiously radical communities really bucked against the COVID lockdowns. So makes
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah, it's actually so notorious that they were going after Hasidic Jewish population that they were filing complaints that they were targeting them specifically because of their ethnicity and religion. That was early on. With this tunnel thing, I have heard about the child accusations, and that comes from like an interview with a potential victim from a year or two ago, claiming they were taken into tunnels and forced to do whatever on stained mattresses. And then you see from this tunnel thing that you're seeing these weird, cheap ass mattresses being pulled out of the tunnels, and they're just stained to all hell. So I think that's where they're pulling that from.
Yeah, that's such a loose connection for such an
It is,
accusation, though.
but that's
Yeah,
that's the internet. They're going to be connections drawn like that.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if you've ever done any sort of urban exploration, like into an abandoned building or into a sewer or a pipe or something that's big enough to hold people, or you go to like some isolated area, even out in the woods, you will eventually find just a dirty mattress. And what it usually is a homeless person was squatting there for a while. You know, it's usually not some sort of weird sex cult. It's usually a homeless person who dug a mattress out of a dumpster and dragged it into a tunnel and has been sleeping there for a bit.
Okay, yeah, but this is the tunnels that are like run and maintained by the Hasidic Jewish population of this
Yeah.
Sure, I
temple.
don't know. It's just like, look, I know
It's
people
just
who have
that's a
stayed
random place.
mattresses in their actual house, right? Like,
Yeah.
And
I think
to my
the
knowledge,
bigger-
they're not kidnapping
the-
kids, right? To my knowledge.
the
So-
bigger story is, why is the NYC police department immediately going in and trying to fill the fucking tunnels with concrete without first removing everybody from them?
Is it concrete? I've seen them. I've seen them weld some of the entrances.
They've been pouring concrete. They try to pour concrete into the tunnels.
Is there proof of that?
Let me go find one of the images of the concrete slurry that was being poured and then fought.
Yeah, but
it does kind of make sense that they would start welding some of the entrances, because you don't want people on the street falling into them. And that makes sense.
Yeah, the Jewish were breaking the pipes they were using to pump the concrete in, by like breaking the tubing. So let me go find that if I have.
Also, it does make sense, right, that they would try to, because digging under the foundations of houses
makes
and
stable.
Infrastructure, it can't be good for the stability of those structures, right? It can't, right?
Yeah. Also, Wick, you got to put up that image I DM'd you.
I
Bring
do.
that up.
Give me a second. Hold on. I'm okay, gang. I'm very bad at tech, but we will make this happen. Boom, boom, boom.
Let's see. Let me find the.
Get the correct screen.
I'm pretty sure it should be immediately the first things I find.
Well, I'm trying to show it to you without like exposing all my tabs and bullshit like that.
Oh my god. Someone made a D&D rule set called Talmuds and Tunnels. All right, guys.
The memes are going to be a lot, and they're going to be amazingly good. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, let me get this off.
Your camera's flickering.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Can we see this, gang? Can we see the teenage mutant Jewish turtles or whatever they got
I can
up
see
here?
it.
What tabs do I have, Wick? Don't worry about my tabs, okay? Don't worry about my tabs. Don't worry about my DMs.
You're gonna reveal all the DMs.
All right, well, let's not talk about it, okay? Let's you know what? Okay, everyone saw it. Everyone got a good little look.
Yep.
Okay, good. It was good. This is only the beginning, gang. This is only the beginning. We're going to be mining for memes in the Jewish minds for a while, and it'll be great. But you made a claim earlier, Artemis, that they were doing it before everyone got out of the system. Yeah. Do you have anything to corroborate that?
Yeah, I do, because the police haven't gone into the tunnels yet.
What do you mean?
The police have not gone into the tunnels yet. They're still fighting the Jewish people at the temple, and then trying to board up the hole. Right?
So you're saying that they're closing the tunnel, all the tunnel entrances, without actually going in themselves?
Yeah. There's no proof that they've looked at any of the tunnels. They've started filling them. So the issue with that is that regardless of whether there's anybody in there, they haven't looked.
Well, did you find proof that they're filling them yet?
Yeah, hold on.
No problem.
Give them a minute.
You know how many results come up when I look for Jewish tunnels and concrete? Hamas is still a thing, right?
No, I know. I get it.
Oh,
they learn from the best. That's how they learn their tunnel. Oh god,
there's a Hogwarts meme of the first movie.
The Jews in the tunnels and the ringing of the bell. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
I thought you should know, and then passes out. Yeah.
Here's some of the WIC community members' suggestions. The Junie to the center of the earth. No, that's pretty bad, gang. Okay. Do better.
Did I even like it when it pops through my thing?
Okay.
Usually
Well,
it's usually something I like when I see it, but I'll try to find it and give it to you.
sure.
What I actually came on here for
Please.
is to ask Wick some things, and then maybe Dev can chime in later.
Okay.
Wick, if you have a process that leads to a guilty verdict that was founded upon corrupt methods and deriving evidence through corrupt methods in illegal ways, should the verdict stand?
Well, when you phrase it like that, no. Fruit from the poison tree. There are
Correct.
reasons why the method is important. Like, for example, Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby, he probably is guilty of what he did. Okay,
Yeah.
let's not mince words. But what they did to get the verdict, like how they extracted his testimony, violated his rights, and
Yep.
so we can't let that stand.
Yeah. So here's another question, and then I'll get to the actual point. Do you know what the difference between White House counsel and special counsel is?
Not off the top of my head. Nope.
So White House counsel is the counsel directly for the president, so the attorney directly to the president.
Sure.
A special counsel is an attorney that has been selected by the DOJ or appointed by or whoever through the system's method to have like immunity from interference to go after a certain thing or whatever. Right? Those are two very different things.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So I got a question for you. For the Fulton County DA, Fannie Willis, who apparently appointed her inexperienced lover as the lead prosecutor for Donald Trump's RICO case. What do you think about that?
I don't know anything about it, friend. I can't comment on it until I look into it, right? Like, if you're just saying that it's like
This was
nepotism,
filed.
is
This
it
was
nepotism?
filed.
Is that the
Oh,
accusation here?
well, definitely it would be nepotism because there are several hundred different lawyers and attorneys in
Sure,
the
but
area
when we talk
that
about
have.
like corrupt processes,
Yep.
I don't. That's not what I mean, right? Them appointing their
Mhm.
cousin or brother or something to be the counsel, that
Yep.
is an ethics violation and probably should be
Yep.
looked, or potentially one, I should say, that could be looked into. But I don't think it violates anyone's rights or affects the evidence. None of
Yep.
that. What do you
So what
think, Dev?
happens?
I'm curious.
Okay, go ahead, Dev. Let's hear it.
Hold on. No, you go ahead. Give me a second.
Okay, so the second part is going to be: what if that person that is the lover that is inexperienced meets with the White House counsel during their prosecution investigation?
Look, I don't know
That's
how normal that is.
Biden's attorneys.
Sure,
It's
but I
not.
don't know if that's
It's
necessary.
not.
Like, don't the adversarial attorneys meet all the time to discuss court shit? Is that
No.
not
You're making no.
normal?
This is not this is not adversarial. This is not Trump's White House counsel. This is the Biden administration's
Oh.
White House counsel.
Okay, what's
As
wrong with
in,
that?
yeah, that's not legal.
Oh, if
You're
it's
not supposed
illegal,
to
they
meet.
shouldn't have done it.
Well, like
Fair enough.
I understand, but because it'd be coordinating with the political opponents to prosecute somebody. That's what would be the illusion of it. Because for a fair trial, right? You're supposed to avoid even the like image of
Sure.
corruption and bias, right?
Sure.
Okay. This is well and true beyond that at this point in time.
I'll have to look into it. I'll have to get more information on that. But yeah, if it was an ethics violation or if it was illegal, if it was criminal, should be prosecuted and should be looked into, and it could affect the ruling. Absolutely. It was stupid to do.
So Wick,
Hmm.
Wick, I sent you an article. You can just read it really quickly here. Trump co-defendant alleges improper relationship between Fannie Willis and fellow Georgia prosecutor.
Yep.
In a filing seeking to dismiss the charges, Michael Roman's attorney accused Willis and special prosecutor Nathan Wade of having a romantic relationship. This is what you're talking about, right, Artemis?
It's not an accusation. It's almost confirmed. The
Well,
reason why it's an accusation now is because they have to unseal a document that was sealed recently that was talking about how Willis had a relationship with that person.
Right. In a 39-page filing seeking a dismissal of charges, an attorney for Trump co-defendant Michael Roman made accusations that Willis and Wade have traveled together to destinations including Napa Valley, and they've been seen together around Atlanta in a personal capacity.
And
Yes.
this is about the
Okay.
lover accusation.
Yeah. Well, yes, this is the
Particularly.
lead prosecutor that Fannie Willis has appointed, who is also apparently her lover that she's
Okay.
having an affair
Yeah,
with.
like I'm more interested in the other thing though, the meeting with the Biden council or whatever.
Yeah. That's in the. Hey, Dave, you have that. You can just look at that too.
I think I do. Hold on.
Yeah, because I sent it to you. You should.
Yes. Again, this is again here. I'll send this to you as well. Like this is again a Twitter headline, so it's always good to look beyond Twitter headlines and actually look at some things a bit more deeply. But it's a good place to start a conversation. Yeah, Nathan Wade, Fannie Willis's lead prosecutor, met with Biden's White House counsel on May 23rd and November 18th, 2022, before indicting Donald Trump.
Yeah. So this is not the special counsel that was in charge of actually investigating him for crimes. This is the White House counsel, which is Biden's representatives. So he has no reason to even talk to them at all.
Yeah, so hold on. This seems like before Fannie Willis
Yes.
appointed Nathan Wade as part of the Georgia RICO case. That's what's going on here, right? Before that even happened,
correct.
He had already met with the White House counsel, which is the personal lawyer to the president.
Yeah. Why would he, in any capacity, be talking to them?
I don't know.
Well,
I can't tell.
So the answer is he doesn't have any actual official reason to be talking to them.
So what do you think happened?
Well, one, the Fannie Willis was coordinating to bring prosecution to Trump in Georgia. She had a boyfriend who was not well known to anybody in the public, who she could send as a proxy to go talk to them. And then she appointed him as the lead prosecutor in the case because, one, it's her boyfriend. Two, they share the money that he makes from the prosecution. They've already stated that in the allegations.
So this is all true, but it's also conceivable that you would have people working on the Georgia RICO case also talking to the president's office. That also makes sense.
Okay, before this guy ever was appointed, and he has no experience prosecuting hardly at all anybody. Okay, he had no reason.
Hold on, isn't he an attorney? Before this appointment, he's an attorney, right?
Yeah, but not all attorneys do prosecutions, man.
Okay, let's see what he's doing.
Or high level ones for that matter.
Let's look him up. What's his work history?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have to have a first case at some point, right? Like, you have to have a first.
Hold on, you don't send a brand new person to prosecute the former president of the United States. This is not going to happen.
Apparently, it did.
Yeah.
Who is Nathan Wade, Fulton special prosecutor? Let's see what he's done.
He's a special prosecutor. Oh, yeah.
He works in private practice. He's a defense attorney and a one-time municipal court judge. Suburban Atlanta firm, Wade and Campbell, focuses on personal injury cases, contract litigation, family and domestic law, and criminal defense. A graduate of John Marshall Law School, he was an assistant solicitor for Cobb County in 1999.
Yep.
The office that handles misdemeanor cases. He became Marietta's first black male judge in black and male judge in 2011. He was appointed to a post in the city's municipal court. He tried to run for higher judge offices because those are elected in this location, and he did not win.
Yep. You don't need any type of credentials to be elected to a judge. It's a populated contest.
Yeah.
So being a judge is not.
He was in 2020. He was retained by Cobb Sheriff Neil Warren to review complaints of use of force, racial biases, discrimination, and neglect at the county jail after 7 detainees died in custody. Okay, so basically, like, he is a lawyer, and he's held like a bunch of small-time positions. So you can say that him being raised to this high-profile job by what seems to be his girlfriend is improper. That makes sense, right?
Okay.
But hold on. But that being said, him meeting with the White House is not necessarily improper.
It is.
Why?
Because you don't meet with the political opponent of a person you're going to indict. That's not something you want to do as a prosecutor if you're going to prosecute a case. because then you are opening up the door for reversible error in terms of bias, prosecutorial malice.
That's possible. That's possible.
You
Is
know,
there any other reason?
that's why you no, that's why you avoid it. That is
Okay.
you do it outright. You avoid that. You find somebody who's not connected to anybody, and you select them as the lead prosecutor to avoid these things, because this is the very minimal stepping stone for a fair trial. Because the defense is going to tear you apart if they find it. That's what.
Well, it sounds like they'll get torn apart in court then. But what else is there?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, you said one. Is there any other reason why this is bad?
Yes. So if the person is going to before having even being anointed as a special prosecutor, and they're going to the White House counsel to talk to Biden's representative, that means that there was already an intent to put them in as the special prosecutor ahead of time. So this is pre-planning in coordination by the administration with Fannie Willis ahead of time.
To put
what's the problem? What's the problem with that though?
Yeah, to put an inexperienced
Yes.
prosecutor on the case, they hatched a plot to meet with him before and do what?
Coordinate prosecutions across multiple states.
I just why would I don't understand the motivation other than we want this guy to be the prosecutor because I'm sleeping with him.
Why? Okay, I don't understand why there has to be any deeper meaning than these people are.
Well, because you came in, right?
Yeah.
The reason, right? You came in and you say, should these things stand when they're corrupt processes that violate people's rights? My answer to that is no. But then I look at this is probably improper if what you're saying is correct. If what you're saying is correct, it's probably improper, but I don't know if it does anything to the case, right?
So if you have again, it goes back to a biased prosecutorial what do you call it, malfeasance charge.
I mean, maybe it's like I said, I'm not a legal scholar. I don't know much about the law. I don't know much about the legal processes. You could be absolutely correct here. I just, as a layman, as someone just looking into these things, it doesn't set off too many alarms other than they had their friend.
I understand that. I understand that normal corruption in like democratic areas is going to not set off alarms. But when you already have
hold on,
let me finish.
Go ahead.
When you have Fannie Willis nepotistically appointing an inexperienced and unqualified attorney to being a prosecutor, which he has no prosecutorial background, as the lead prosecutor with unlimited power as a special prosecutor, against a former president of the United States, when he had met with the president's political enemies before this, you are now so far into the get rid of this fucking guy and replace him with somebody better. And at the very start, that should have been the start thing. But they went and have done all of this and then charged him, and now going to trial. This is irreversible error, because now you're showing that the system and the people in power are too biased to have followed proper conduct.
Well, then if our legal system is working, and if what you're saying is correct, it's going to be a kind of an own goal on the prosecution side.
This is the issue.
Like I said, I don't know if I think that's evidence that the system's working, and I don't know. Does that make sense at least? That they did something really stupid and they're going to be punished in court for it.
So this is the same Fulton County that has been stonewalling a ballot case for over 3 years now.
Don't just bring up another fucking thing, man. Like, come on.
But this is true, and you can't argue.
Okay, sure.
It is true, but it's unrelated.
Okay, I'm just saying. This is
I have a question to ask you about this, Artemis. Okay, I do have a question. So, what you've brought here seems to be two separate things. Okay,
go ahead.
And the first one is Fannie Willis appoints her boyfriend, and she's a public figure. He is not. She's kind of well known. He really isn't that well known. His career, what he's done in his career, does not seem to warrant him being given this huge position, and so it seems like she has improperly appointed him. That seems to be true from what we have. Right. All right. However, the second part of it. The second thing that you have here is, why did this guy meet with the White House legal team? Right.
Right.
Those are two separate questions. So, for example, if it turns out that he actually has completely good reasons for meeting with the White House legal team,
Like what?
hold on. If that were the case, then the first problem, which is he got appointed nepotistically, that isn't enough and shouldn't be enough to throw the entire case out, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Right.
No, whoa, hold on. It would throw him and Fannie Willis off the case and probably be put under a different county DA to coordinate and redo the entire thing. Because
True. That's probably true. Yes.
Everything in its case at the moment would be under suspect, and judges would be really, really hesitant to touch it unless they're like it's been gone through with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like they might say, okay, like you two are clearly corrupt and you're scratching each other's backs, so we're gonna get different prosecutors and like you guys are gone. So that might be the case, yes. But in terms of disqualifying the whole thing solely because she brought her boyfriend on board, I don't see that being legitimate, frankly. Now, the real question, this is why I think, Wick, you were on the money, is that the real question is, why did he meet with the White House? Because I do think that there are actually good reasons as to why a person in his position might do so.
Okay, like?
Well, if you are prosecuting Trump, and there might be legitimate information to come out of... Hold on, let me finish it. I let you finish things. There might be legitimate information to come out of Biden himself or from other people working at the White House or from the White House office. It seems reasonable that the prosecutor would go to people involved, which includes people at the White House, and ask them about it.
Yeah. So that's kind of post hoc because he went there beforehand before he was even designated as a prosecutor.
But you're alleging that there can be no other reason than malfeasance for this to happen. That is what you were kind of implying with your statements, that the only reason that they could have a meeting is for corruption. And if there are other reasons where it would be legitimate, like Dev said, yes, it's post hoc, but the fact is we're all having to like post hoc this because none of us have the information of what they were actually meeting about. I'm not privy to that information. Are you?
No, that's just why you avoid doing these things.
Speculating. We're all speculating. We're all making guesses about what may or may not have, and our biases obviously will make us lean one way or the other.
Okay.
Now, again, what should happen is they should be forthwith and like tell people, right? I'm all for more transparency in all these processes, right? And so unless it violates some kind of national security risk, which it might, or anything, I think it's perfectly fine to release the logs of the meetings and things like that.
Right? So when a person is anointed through nepotistic and corrupt methods, it is not up to the people launching an issue with it to have to then prove that his meeting with somebody he's not supposed to meet with would ever be anything other than proper. Okay, it is up to the person that was corruptly anointed to show that their meeting was above board, which can be done through minutes or communication notes in that meeting
or not. Right?
That's not up to the people having an issue with a clearly ethics violation.
His issue to reveal that isn't to you. It's to the
no, it is. It's to everybody. That would be
why?
A public
Why? What obligation does he have to tell you shit? Right? Like you aren't involved in the case. You're not on the jury. You're not in the county. I don't believe, right?
He was selected as a public official, so he's now when he is working as a public official, he is now held to the standard of public officials, which is recording those things and then keeping that
and releasing it to the people who need to know, right? Which is the public. In this case would be the court system, the judges involved in the case.
And the public, because those things are publicly filed, yes.
So hold on. This also seems kind of post hoc, though, Artemis.
Why?
So, as you said earlier, when he went to the White House in May and then again in November, right? But he hadn't been appointed. He hadn't been appointed in this public counsel position yet, right?
Yes, which is the issue.
Right. So it could be the case that they knew they were going to appoint him, and she sent him along to do some sort of secret talks, hoping that it wouldn't come up. and said, I'm going to appoint you in a few months, so you go do this right now. And that, even as described, that could be okay, depending. I'm not sure.
No, it's not.
However, sure,
It's not okay. You
What do you
can't have
mean?
secret talks when you're working as a in your official capacity as a prosecutor. Or
He wasn't. No. He wasn't working in
no,
official
no, no, no.
capacity yet, though. That's the
You
point.
can't. Fannie
He
Willis
wasn't
can't.
working in official.
Hold on.
He wasn't working in official capacity yet.
Hold on.
He wasn't.
Fannie Willis can't send him to do that in a
Sure,
in a secret
sure.
way. That's
But
not.
it wouldn't.
That's
It
not
would be her
legal.
problem, not his. It would be her problem, not his.
Yeah. But it's okay. But it still comes back to affecting the case because she sent somebody clandestinely to go talk to the political enemy of the person getting prosecuted.
Look,
True.
all I'm hearing from this is I gotta find someone that I can sleep with that'll
Nice.
suit me to the moon. That will get me into the big wigs. Who do I gotta sleep with? To get
Is that
to
how
the
it
moon?
is?
Apparently, according to.
So here's the thing, right? Like, because he did this before actually working in an official capacity, it could have been for anything, and that's really the point here, right?
Which is why you avoid ever having brought him into the prosecutorial position in the first place.
Well, I think that actually brings up a problem, because now you're saying I can't bring in any lawyer who has ever talked to the president because someone might dig through it and discover that.
Sure. You have an infinite amount of lawyers you can pull through across the country for being a special
infinite
prosecutor.
amount of lawyers. We have the.
I mean, here. How about he had other reasons to go to, so like work-related reasons to go to the White House? Hear me out. Okay, so hypothetically, let's say he has work-related reasons to go to the White House for some other case or some other instance or something else going on, right? And so he has those 2 meetings, and then he gets hired nepotistically by his girlfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that makes not his meetings the problem, but the nepotistic hiring the problem, right?
All right, Dev, I'm gonna make this a really easy one for you to understand.
And
There
we'll
was
kind of wrap
yeah,
this
yeah.
up after this because we do have more people in line. So
Do you
go ahead.
remember a infamous tarmac meeting?
Which one?
The
Tell me about
Loretta Lynch Clinton meeting? Was that? Was
no,
that
I
it?
don't. You got to remind me of this.
Where they decided that I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Let me bring it up that way.
I guess what I'm saying. I guess what I'm saying, basically, Artemis, is that everything that you're saying is possible.
It is more likely than.
But we do not have enough evidence for it yet. And now I want to see more evidence for it, but it is possible. Yes.
So I'll send you the Loretta Lynch Clinton story about them meeting on the tarmac without, for no reason apparently, but that people can claim is above board and that nothing happened. But the resulting actions after that meeting led to a reversing in the expected outcomes of cases.
Okay.
So also the person who broke the story ended up dead. But that's a different reason.
See, there's all these implications in everything you're saying. There's these implications.
Hold on. That's a meme though.
And also they ended up dead. I wonder why.
I mean that I know why, but
isn't it weird that he ended up dead? Isn't it weird?
But the issue is that the tarmac meeting is a really good example of where people would have to recuse themselves regardless of what was talked about on that plane on the tarmac. You cannot have somebody in any fashion overseeing a case when the person that the case involves is the person you like representative you talk to on a plane where no one else could hear it.
Well, tell you what, Artemis, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll check it out because, again, I don't want to take your word for it. I wouldn't take Dev's word for it or anyone's on the internet's word for it. I'll look into some more, check out some articles, see what they got, and see if I can't find if there's any more information out there. But I do appreciate you calling in, buddy. Thanks for coming by. And for now, though, I'll send you away. Gonna send you to the void, as they say.
I didn't even get a chance to reply to that last thing.
Well, what did you want to say? Like,
I guess the TLDR is that the things that Artemis present, like, sometimes are just crazy. There's other conversations we've had where I think he's just been wrong. But like this is possible, but there's not enough evidence. We have to wait. That's all.
You're gonna lose your right wing cred, buddy. Like people people tell me that you're this crypto tanky guy. Maybe you're
Tanky.
right? Maybe a crypto communist. Well, tanky or communist is anyone who votes for Biden in certain
Oh,
people's
okay.
eyes, right? So, so not believing the conspiracy theory right off the bat. What are you doing? What's going on? But
Oops.
gang, yeah, if you want to call in, if you'd like to talk to us about something, it could be political, it could be cultural, it could be anything you'd like. Hit the Discord link. I'll put it in chats. Exclamation board Discord in the Twitch chat. Click the link, accept the rules, jump backstage. We'll pull you on. Let's get to our next caller. Whoa, they were here. They were here just a
Yeah,
minute
there
ago
was people here, but then they vanished. They
because
disappeared.
they got impatient. And this is what happens, right? They get in, they want to call, and then they're like, "Oh man, this is taking too long," and then they'll just dip. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Allison, hello. You're live.
Can you hear me?
I can
Hello.
hear you. Hi.
Hi. I don't have a camera today, if that's okay.
That's no one has a camera in this except for me in this place. So go ahead.
Okay, well, okay, I listen to NPR Up First every morning, and I listen to the Daily Wire's shameless ripoff of NPR Up First every morning, okay? So I get the little, like, mainstream right and left daily news perspectives, and, like, I'm subscribed to the Times, and I'm just, like, seeing constant reports about immigration all of a sudden. I know it's always a big issue, but I swear the last, like, 5 weeks, I just see article after article about like Democrat mayor is pissed off about immigration, like New York suing bus companies that complied with Abbott's orders, like Biden suing to cut the razor wire in Texas. He previously sued to get the floating barriers. It's like one after. I don't know if I'm just like maybe on alert for it because these fucking commenters keep telling me it's really going to affect the election in 2024. This is going to be a big fucking deal. I don't know if the priming has worked or whatever. But I just like keep noticing it. Is this like a real thing or what's going on?
I mean, immigration has been a hot button issue since Build the Wall in 2016, right? Like, or even before
Yes.
then. So I don't. Yeah, it absolutely is something that is a political football that's going to be tossed around. There's people going to have big, hyperbolic takes on it, and
There's more and more
yeah.
lawsuits, like more and more legal action. I don't think it's just people talking. Like I think like shit is happening in courts more and more.
What do you mean?
Like, okay, so New York did just sue all those bus companies that complied with Abbott's busing efforts to sanctuary cities. So the implication there is that they're trying to like stop private companies from like complying with the Texas governor's order. In the past, Biden successfully, or his administration successfully sued to get the floating barriers in the Rio Grande removed, calling them an environmental hazard. He's currently suing to cut the razor wire border on Texas. And then also, Texas recently criminalized crossing the border illegally on the state level, which would give Texas state cops the ability to like detain suspected illegal border crossers and like deport them, or like refer them to ICE for deportation. And so Biden's like pissed about it's like specifically there's more and more legal fights between Greg Abbott and Biden's administration or related parties like the state of New York. But it's just interesting to me. It's like an interesting little I don't know.
I don't understand why Americans are weird about their borders. Like most other countries are like, oh yeah, you can't come through. That's just how it is. How come there's so much
Here, wait,
like
I
when it
lost you
comes
for a second. Can you repeat that last thing?
Okay, sure. Um, I don't understand why Americans are weird about their borders because in every other country, it's like, yeah, you can't come into the country without going through a proper border crossing, and you can't just jump the border. That's normal everywhere else. Why is it that when it comes to the American-Mexican border, you have people screaming that it's somehow racist to build a wall? It's like, what the fuck? Like other countries have walls, it's no big deal. Like what's going on here?
I mean, well,
I mean, also
the Steelman,
another.
just real quick, the
Sorry.
Steelman, the other side, they'd be like, well, we don't want that, even though it's normal in other countries. Like, it's normal in other countries to oppress your population, right? Do we want that? Obviously not. We could look at the EU, right? And other multinational conglomerates, if you will, that um, have treaties that allow free movement between countries without any of these border restrictions and things like that. So while yes, in many countries it is normalized to have strict border security, that's not the case everywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, America
another thing
doesn't
that's
have that
kept
kind
us
of.
in the news. Oh, sorry. The Republicans have tied Israel and Ukraine aid to like a certain number of what they would say is common sense immigration reform. Other people would say really conservative, harsh on people who are just trying to make it for themselves and their children. So it like depends, but that's another thing that's happening right now.
Well, I mean, if you wanted to start cutting deals, that's how you would do it, right? It's like the conservatives want something, the liberals want something else. You know, you make a deal. You reduce immigration, you get more aid. I mean, it seems like it's a fair trade.
I feel like I mean, again, maybe I'm like buying the hype because all these like commentary people keep implying that like the Democrats will probably be electorally punished for this. Like this doesn't seem to be very popular. Apparently, immigration is the issue that Biden consistently polls lowest in terms of confidence for voters.
We did have,
and it's like,
Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure it'd be Israel-Palestine at this point.
Oh, I don't think it's like the top one, but it's amongst the top like 3. I think immigration is. Well, but I don't know that it's like number one.
To that point,
least confident.
To that point, there was a recent poll out where I guess Biden's approval rating's only at 38%. It's very, very low, and it is an issue, right? I think Biden's low approval numbers are going to have an impact going forward, but I don't think it's cause to panic as of yet. I think this might change going into the general. As one, the economy gets better and continues to improve, right? There's a lot of really good signs that the economy is trending upward right now. But yeah, we'll have to see.
There's some signs it might be trending downward, though. I mean, I've heard that layoffs are coming in the next 6 months. Like big layoffs are coming.
Oh, so they might come in the future, maybe. But like I believe it was the Wall Street Journal. I could be wrong on who reported this, but in December, wage increase surpassed inflation increase, right? And that's been something that's been underwater since COVID for a long time, and it's now finally surpassed that. So it's not entirely fixed yet. There are still some big problems, but again, trends that I'm seeing are all pointing to things are going to get better. Now, will that actually affect his poll numbers? We'll see, right? And when it comes to immigration, to your topic, Allison, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's going to be the big issue of 2024. I really don't, but I could be wrong. So
we shall see.
We shall see. Is there anything else you had for us tonight?
No, that's really it. I see you got the line again, so I'll let you go. But...
Okay, Allison, thank you for calling in, and I will talk to you later. Bye. Yeah. So, what other signs? Just before bringing in the next caller, I'm just curious. Other than the layoffs, what other signs do you see that the economy's getting worse?
That was the main one.
Oh,
that was it.
Fair enough. And it might be true, right? Like,
we'll have to see.
We can only guess at the future. We'll have to see. $5 from Artemis Fowl says, Wick, tell people about the Muslim Uber driver I told you about. I will. We're going to let some callers get in and get stories in too, though, right? This is a community event, okay? But I'll tell that story if the line dies down. Let me bring in the next caller. Hello, you're live. Hello.
Hello. So I have a stupid question and then I have a serious question. The stupid question is, what do you like better, Pokemon or Digimon? Hello. Hi.
Hi. So I'm not that familiar with Digimon, so if I had to choose between the two, I'll go with Pokemon because it's more familiar. That's me.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm having a problem here. Give me a second. Okay. No. Hi, Sparkles. What's going on?
Hi. Well, okay. So I've been seeing this word neoliberal a lot. What does it mean?
Depends who's saying it. Neoliberal is usually thrown around as an insult. I don't know the precise definition.
Here, let's Wikipedia it, okay? Yeah. So, Neoliberalism is a term used to signify the late 20th century political reappearance of 19th century ideas associated with free market capitalism, which had fallen into decline following the Second World War. Let's see. Hold on.
All I know is that if someone calls me a neoliberal, they're not wishing me well. Okay, they're not. It's usually
Here we
followed
go.
by "you piece of shit," "you neoliberal piece of shit."
One impetus for the formulation of policies to mitigate capitalist free market volatility was a desire to avoid repeating the economic failures of the 1930s. In policymaking, neoliberalism often refers to what was part of a paradigm shift that followed the perceived failure of the post-war consensus and Keynesian economics to address the stagflation of the 1970s. Okay, yeah. So basically, from what I basically understand is, after the end of the Second World War, up until pretty much the 1970s, you had a lot of like social democrats are the ones who were paving the way in the various mainstream left-wing parties in the world. Lots of high taxation and lots of social spending, right? But you did that for about 30 or 40 years, and the economy eventually stagnated. So with the neoliberals basically came in with Ronald Reagan. And Reagan's idea was, oh no, hold on. How about, we don't necessarily need to get rid of all the social spending, but how about we cut some of this regulation to allow people to be able to more easily work and companies to be built, and there's more economic growth and there's more prosperity. And that basically worked and was the political paradigm of the West, I think, until Trump. Like, it lasted from Reagan till Trump, the neoliberals.
They called Nikki Haley a neoliberal.
Yeah, so the left will often use neoliberal as an insult towards people who maybe they have some more progressive social views, like on gay marriage or something like that, but ultimately they're very pro-capitalist. They're not socialists at all. So they use neoliberal as an insult, and what they basically mean is like, fake revolutionary, or like a capital, like rainbow capitalism is also kind of related to this idea where it's like somebody who's very inclusive socially but still ultimately a capitalist. It's like a socialist slur, basically.
It was a conservative guy that said it.
Okay, so when conservatives use the word neoliberal as an insult, it's also not good. So when conservatives do it, they're basically saying like, neoliberals are trying to appeal to the economics of the right, but they tax too high and they're too progressive for our tastes.
Oh, okay, that makes sense now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's used as an insult by both sides.
Because at first I was like, I don't. Yeah, okay. Because he was saying that she wanted to be the vice president. If Trump, they want Trump to have her as his vice president.
I think she said she would do that if she was asked. Yeah.
Yeah. She said but he said no. He said no. He doesn't want her. Yeah. Not at all.
Yeah. No, there's no fucking way that he would. Yeah.
How do you, Dev? How do you respond to the accusations that you're a neoliberal?
I might be. I mean, it's not like, here's the thing. If you look at, the golden age of the neoliberals, things were pretty good. You had like the nifty 90s. It was a good time. Can't complain. If it turned out that I was just a neoliberal in the end after everything was boiled down, I'd be fine with that. I don't hate neoliberals.
I think liberals have gotten a bad rap in general, right? I think that more and more, right, I don't buck against the label. If you want to call me a liberal, kind of okay with
I'm definitely a liberal, yes. Also, man, Sparkles, you've been watching me for years now. Is this the first time we've spoken, Sparkles? I think it is.
It is. I've sent you voice messages before, but we've never talked.
Oh, no, right.
Is this
this is the first time.
No, you okay? This is not a stalker situation, is it? Or
no, it's fine. It's fine.
He likes that I stalk him. It's okay. I'm allowed
to. Fair enough.
No, you've been watching me for years and years. So no, what I recall, is there's been, and you've certainly seen this, Sparkles, there's been so many people who get mad at me when they finally realize that I actually am a liberal and I haven't been dog whistling this whole time. And it happens pretty regularly where it's like, you're actually a liberal and you're not, someone who says they're a liberal, but you're actually far left or far right. It's like, no, I'm not. No, I'm actually a liberal.
They call me all the time. I don't understand the call me. You get called that all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People who are way more right leaning than me call me communist all the time. And what they mean by communist is basically somebody who is in any way even just slightly progressive socially or believes in some level of taxation that isn't zero. That's what they mean by communist.
That's why they.
And then you
Oh.
have like you have people on Twitter or you have like bread tubers or something. I've heard Vosh say this about me a handful of times that like I'm a fascist, right? Or I'm alt right, or I'm some sort of not like neo-Nazi or right, like something, right?
Crypto
Something.
fascist is what I've heard.
Yeah,
I thought
crypto
he just called
fascist.
you a fascist. A fat. What do you say? Fascist.
A
Yeah,
fat
fat.
fascist? Is that me?
Fascist. He's annoying,
Yeah.
anyways.
Vosh? Yeah. I mean, I've heard that maybe he's like slightly maybe one drop de-radicalizing. I don't believe it though, but I mean, he's slowly coming out of the fortress arc.
I've had him on my stream once before. He's a generally he's a nice enough gentleman when you interact with him one-to-one. I have substantive disagreements with I think some of the ways he handles himself, but in a lot of other ways I actually agree with him in some ways, right? Like I think that there is something to be said about critiques of capitalism and critiques of more fascistic or more right-leaning institutions and groups and things like that. But you just can't. My biggest problem with him is you can't believe anything he says. You have to research it on your own because he'll just go with things. The funniest clip I saw was him reviewing the terrorist attack in Iran, where they blew up a bunch of people attending this memorial for Soleimani, I believe it was. And he's watching this, and he's the whole time he's blaming Israel, like, oh, Israel, this has to be Israel. I'm like calling it, and it's Israel. Israel did this. Israel did this. It definitely is. And then like a week later, ISIS takes responsibility for the attacks, and so you can't really trust him. But he's funny.
I know what you mean.
We live in Tacoma, and I live by Tacoma, and Tacoma has lead in the water, and lead in the water can make you more aggressive. So maybe that's part of his issue.
You think so?
I think he's rich enough he doesn't drink the poor's water, right? He probably gets the bottled stuff. But I could be wrong. But thank you for calling in, Miss Sparkles. Is there anything else you had for us?
Digimon's better than Pokemon. That's it. Bye.
Why? Why though? Why is it better?
I'm not sure it is.
Digimon, like they're basically the same thing, right? You catch the animal, you raise them, and you train them to battle other animals.
No, Digimon like each human, like there's like special humans who are given one, and it's like their permanent partner, and they only have one, and they go on these adventures where they temporarily evolve them, but they devolve after the battle. It's different, but it was definitely made in the wake of the Pokemon craze in the 90s.
Fair enough. Look, I missed that. I never grew up with it. I played a few Pokemon games, and it's fun for what it is. It's just not something that really like captured me. Let's bring on the next guest. I'm not sure which one of y'all joined first, so I'm just gonna guess, and we'll find out. Hello, you're live.
Yellow.
Oh, he's gone.
Wonderful.
He went back.
Try it again. We'll try it again.
Sorry. Hello. Can you hear me?
Vaguely. You're very low. Can you turn yourself up?
Is that better? Should I move this closer?
And by the way, thank you for the subs in Twitch. Thank you for the Prime subs, Zobirds. Thank you for the gift subs and all that. I really appreciate that. Gang, if you want to donate to the channel through super chats, through subs, please do. But caller, hi.
Give him money. Wick needs the money now. Give it to him. Okay, so.
You'll be a VTuber, Wick. You'll make money that way.
What are you trying to say?
Please no. Please don't do that. I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but this is something I got into a bit of a conversation with a friend of mine coming back. We did a long drive from Gen Con when the first Trump indictments really were coming down. And first premise. first kind of given, I guess, is would Trump fans revolt? Would Trump cultists or whatever fans, people who want to vote for Trump, if he's indicted on every charge?
Well, look what they did in January 6th after he
Right.
didn't win an election, right?
That's what I'm saying. So
there wouldn't be a lot of them, to be clear. Like en masse, nothing. En masse, what they do is nothing. But there would be a very small minority of very hyper partisan people that would do some terrible shit. Now, this isn't unique to Trump, right?
Of course
and
not.
A lot of people will say it is, but it's not. I read a story recently that has made me kind of wonder if the reason we don't see as much left-wing violence is because hard left-wingers are just retarded. There was a man in 2020, I believe, who the only reason the mayor of this, the Jewish mayor of this town is still alive is because this guy was so incompetent in his assassination attempts. He failed twice. Like, he went there to kill him, but he loaded the bullet backwards in the gun.
So you're advocating for more gun training for leftists, is what I'm hearing.
I don't know, but it was just it was wild to me.
It's embarrassing, yeah.
So here's the thing I've been thinking about. So everyone always says that right-wingers are more violent than left-wingers. And you ask them, well, why do you say that?
I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that statement. Yeah,
I know. But when asked if they give you the proper answer is that there's some sort of database that has divided up different types of violence, right? And I think it divides it. There's was it left wing, right wing, and libertarian? It might be. That's what it might be. But anyway, and the overwhelming amount of violence is committed by right wingers. I'm like, well, this is very interesting. So I never, and this is 3 years ago. I never got around to doing it, but I should eventually take some time and do it. But I decided to click on some random instances of what they called in their database of right-wing violence. And a few of them was legitimate right-wing violence, like violence for a political purpose. But one of them was there was a neo-Nazi. He was a skinhead, and he had like swastikas tattooed all over his body, right? And he killed his mother, and he went to jail. And that person was flagged as right-wing violence. I'm like, well, hold on. I mean, he seemed to kill his mother because his no, this is a white guy. But he seemed to kill his mother because his mother was abusive, right? And then the situation is well, is that right-wing violence because a right-winger did it? Even though there's no political motivation for the violence, it was personal. That doesn't seem to be properly filed. So at some point, I was like, I'm going to sit down with this 10,000 strong entry list and go through them. Then I forgot to do it, and that was 3 years ago.
Godspeed. Yeah, that sounds like maybe a lot of. It sounds like important work, but boring work. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. That's probably the main reason why I forgot to do it. And then I keep thinking about it once every 3 months. I should do that, and I just don't.
Well, it's something you keep hearing, right? You keep hearing that right-wingers commit more violence in the West, right? You hear that all the time. And again, it might be true as far as I know, but
what I'm scared of, for this premise really is to look back at January 6th, and I'm scared of people like Jim Jordan and Ted Cruz, the banality of evil, how simple it was for them to just keep saying, well, we object on behalf of, whatever other state. We want them to recertify their election, call new slates. That's what I'm scared of. What I don't like to see is when you have groups of people that are in power who are scared of their own base by the leader, Trump, scared into a position where they have to now go, okay, are we actively supporting this coup? Can we tepidly support this coup? Can we, back it up and just use our political rhetoric speech where we say we fight like hell and we do, because we have so many sycophants that will defend us online. And even when all the facts and truth and hours and hours and videos out there, it's easy to just have someone like Alex Jones say they were let into the Capitol. I was there, and at the same time, Antifa did it. So the premise of the question was, let's say there's a legitimate threat from conservatives that, let's say, Ted Cruz Jim Jordan, many other conservative Republican lawmakers. Okay, I'm not saying the Alex Jones people. I'm talking about lawmakers who say if Trump, gets charged, now he's charged. Now he's going to go to prison. If he is actually going to be not acquitted, and we're going to put him into prison because of that, that's the ramifications of the things he's done. We will, try to succeed from the union, or
Fuck them.
or
Like, I don't
agree.
care if it's a credible threat. They
Yeah.
look, if it goes through the courts make the decision and find that there is wrongdoing, and he is something beyond a reasonable doubt guilty of these things, and it carries a sentence that includes jail time, and he's sentenced to jail time, and then people are going to revolt because they think that he should be above the law. Nah, fuck that. No, I don't care. Like, we have to
Would you
at
be
least put the
angry?
law above being fearful of how people will respond to law. That's my
Right.
instinct on this.
I understand what you're saying. My whole premise too relied on the fact that Biden, to try to keep the country united, would announce before the election that he would acquit, he would pardon Trump. Because I think about Nixon. I think about when's the last time something like this has ever happened in United States history? And it was with Nixon. Nixon did he tried to tamper with the election. He, got information from his political opponents and lied constantly, until he was finally backed up into a wall where he had to completely give up power. And I firmly believe that if Nixon did what he did today, he would totally could get away with it. Just because of the internet and the way the internet works, there's no way that he would not fight it more than someone like Trump. And especially have the character of someone like Trump. And what did we do to Nixon? We completely pardoned him. Ford pardoned him. That was the first thing he did when he got into power, when he became president, to forgive the country, right?
Sure.
To,
But like I said, I don't know if that will.
yeah.
I don't know if that'll heal what divides us. What do you think, Dev? Given that premise, you're in charge. You're king for a day. Do you go
Yeah.
ahead and pardon Trump, or do you just let the consequences play out?
I mean, yeah, if he's guilty, right? And that's how it should be, obviously. But I mean, the question is basically like, if it turns out that Trump is legitimately guilty, however, punishing him would lead to a riot and possibly a civil war, do you do so? The moralist in me says that you have to, because if you don't, where does that lead down the road, right? You have somebody who does all this shit, and just because he's popular, you're going to let him not do it?
Right.
I mean, no, you're not going to get away with it. Like, that sounds like that's a terrible precedent to set. I mean, so, some more cynical people will say, well, the rich and powerful and connected, they already get away with it, and to some extent, they do already get away with it. But do you want to codify that as the actual overt standard? I don't think we do.
I mean, his whole thing was that he would not vote for Biden if he announced that he would pardon Trump, because how can we let someone get away with the rule of law? And I guess that's another question. Would you vote for Biden if he says this is something
I'm not
that
on one issue
is
voter.
Right.
I would disagree with him. I would say, that's
Right.
a bad call. But I don't need my politicians to be perfect and perfectly aligned with my values to vote for them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if there was a legitimate threat of civil war, how far does that go? Is there a natural
let's be
healing
real.
process?
Like, if it was going to, and if I could scry the future, and I knew that it would lead to millions of deaths in a brutal, bloody war, then maybe I might be like, okay, well, morals be damned.
Right.
I don't want this, but I don't know, right? I don't know the future like that. I can only make decisions based on what I think is best and what I think would be happen. Or think would be happen. That's silly. What I think would happen in the situation. But being scared of the worst case scenario, I don't see a realistic possibility that this is going to be a thing. Thank you for calling in Pursuit of Knowledge. Anything else before I let you go?
No, that's all. Catch you later.
Yeah, like the fear mongering. Well, if we do this, it's going to destroy the country. Like, if these are the rules, these are the rules. I'm a rule follower. Does that make me soy? I don't know. You okay?
Yes. No, basically, I had no idea what. Hold on. Okay, no, sorry about that. Sorry, Wick. You have my full attention. Just as soon as he left, I had a DM from somebody that I had to answer really quick. I was actually asking, I was asking Pisco, in fact, about what he thought of what Artemis presented,
If
and he
Pisco
just
wants
got
to call in.
he just. Do you know Pisco?
Yeah, he's been on my show before too.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
tell him to call in. Tell him to jump backstage. He's in the server. Like all the people
Okay.
we've talked about today, pretty much are in the server. Vosh is in the server. Destiny's in the server. All of them. Yeah, they're all allowed to call in. But while you do that, I'll bring in the next caller and we'll see what they have to say. Hello, you're
Yeah,
live.
sounds good.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hello.
can.
Hey, so I just wanted to call in because I have some pretty detailed knowledge about the tunnel. I don't like calling it the Jew
Oh,
tunnel. Like gives me a little bit of the ick, but I'm like a
of the Wick, you mean?
Look, that's what it is. It's a Jewish tunnel. They made the
How about we
tunnel. I
call
don't
it
know what
the
else you want to
Hebrew
call
tunnel?
it.
How about that? Hebrew tunnel or so, I don't
Okay,
know. The word
the Hebrew. That's not alliterative. I guess Jew tunnel isn't alliterative
yeah,
either.
it's lazy. It's lazy. We can do better.
We'll think of it. We'll think of it. Okay, the tunnels under New York City that were built by Jews. Go ahead.
So I live very nearby to there, like a couple of blocks away. I am not a member of I'm not a Chabad Lubavitcher, but I know a lot about them. And it's so interesting to me that this community is now getting all of this attention because of this thing going viral. But essentially, the tunnel is actually the result of a religious schism within the Chabad Lubavitcher community. Um, it's it. How much of the lore about this do you want to know?
Give us the you have about 10 minutes on the call version.
All right, that's plenty of time. So essentially,
I don't want all 10 minutes to be you explaining this, by the way, but go ahead.
Okay, super valid, super valid. There's a bunch of different Orthodox Jewish communities in New York City that all come from different religious dynasties, they call them, that they came over from Eastern Europe. So there's the Satmars in Williamsburg, there's the Lubavitchers in Crown Heights. I don't remember what the people in Borough Park are called. You can tell the difference between them by the way they dress and stuff. Anyway, the Chabad Lubavitchers had this rabbi. If you walk around New York City these days, you'll see stickers all over the place that have his picture on them that say the Messiah is coming or the Messiah is here. And the difference between those two stickers is part of the religious schism, where there's essentially three different groups of people. There's the rabbi died. The Reb died in 1994. Some people think he's just dead and that's it. Some people think he was the Messiah and he did die, but he's going to come back to life. Those are the people that say that he's coming. And then there are other people that think he's here, and those people think he actually didn't die at all because he was the Messiah.
And okay, first of all, the
And
rabbi
so-
hole is amazing. We may call it the rabbi hole from now on.
I like that. That's much
Rabbi
better.
hole.
Yeah, that's amazing.
How does that connect?
Yeah, what? Okay, you got groups.
Okay,
They
so-
think this dude's the Messiah, or was the Messiah maybe dead? Tunnels. How does this connect?
So the tunnel that is the subject of all of this, mess was dug underneath 770 Eastern Parkway, which amongst people in that community is a very famous building because it's the synagogue that the Lubavitcher rabbi used during his lifetime. And after he died, because of this split amongst the community, they weren't able to ever elect a successor, and the actual building is split in half. And the people on top of the building are part of the group of people that I think he's dead. The people on the bottom think he's coming back to life. And the people who dug the tunnel were the people who think that he's still alive. And they dug the tunnel because he allegedly gave some kind of commandment that the synagogue needs to be expanded. And they were trying to dig a tunnel from a sort of unused, like, former bathhouse, I think either from another building or to another building. I don't know exactly. I think it was from another building. So they could connect them so they could fulfill the Reb's commandment of expanding and thereby do a mitzvah, which is like the whole, if you ever walk around New York, you'll also see they'll ask you if you're a Jew all the time, all over the place, the same people, because they're always trying to do mitzvahs because that either makes the Messiah approve of you or makes him come back sooner, depending on your
And a
interpretation.
mitzvah is asking if you're a Jew or not?
A mitzvah is just doing a good thing. And it could be any number of different
Okay.
things. And asking someone if they're Jewish is a good thing because if they say yes, then you have them do a prayer with you. And having a lapsed Jew do a prayer is one of the biggest mitzvahs there is. Because the whole point is to get all the lapsed Jews to become religious again. And that's when the Messiah will return. I know it sounds completely fucking ridiculous. And it is to me, but like,
Well,
it's
there
like
are
the
tunnels
South Park
under
Mormon
New York
episode, you know,
City.
where it's
I
like,
don't
this is
know.
what these people actually believe.
Yeah. What do you think, Dev? I don't know if I have.
Yeah, I have no idea about anything Jewish. I have nothing to say. I can't comment. I I don't know about any of this stuff, dude.
It's interesting enough. Thanks for calling in about it. Well,
Glad you thought it was interesting.
I did. I just look. There's got to be better memes out there about it though, because the truth isn't as important as the funny memes. But thank you for calling in, friend, and we'll talk to you later.
Take.
Bye bye. Yeah. That was a lot.
I don't know.
He could have just made that all up. See, this is a problem. Like, he could have just legit made every single sentence of what he said, of his explanation, up. I wouldn't know. I'd been like, oh, really? This sounds... That's a... I'll have to look into that. But it's wild if true. We'll have to see. Let's bring in the next... We're getting through them. I want to get as many people as we can. We have a long line. And we'll get to as many people as we can. Let's bring in the next guest. And I do want Pisco to call in, so. And we could pit Artemis Fowl against Pisco. That would be fun. But hello, you're live.
That'd be funny, actually.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yep, coming through.
All right, cool. Yep. Can I ask Dev a question about the Antonio Gramsci video?
Sure.
When you talked about the cultural Marxism Wikipedia page, you talked about like this woman Joan Braun, and then later on Stitch and Adam, you talked about how a lot of it was completely rewritten by her. Is that like the entire story about that? Because that can't be the case.
What do you mean?
You said that a lot of the cultural Marxism Wikipedia page was rewritten by her.
Yes.
I remember you saying. Is that just the entire story with that?
Well, I mean, I didn't put this in the video because I didn't know it at the time, but it turned out that a lot of the edits to the cultural Marxism Wikipedia page are from her internet username from back in the day, and she just cited her own paper. And because it's like no one connected the dots on that, it just stayed, and that's what it is now.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check that because that just felt ridiculous. Thanks, Dev.
Yep, that's what it is,
Is
man.
that it? Okay.
I mean, at some point, I might have to do a video on Joan Braun, but like, she's like a dime a dozen academic of someone who's just like leftist and corrupt and in academia and writing completely nonsense fucking papers that are being cited with some sort of moral and factual authority because it comes from a university.
Well, it's kind of like, and I do want to talk about this, right? It's like the Woozle effect. And I'm not sure if you've heard of that. Are you familiar with the term?
Nope.
So what it is say you publish a paper. You're an academic and you publish a paper, okay? Then you get your friend to cite your paper, okay? and talk about whatever it is, the subject, racism or
And now you have two
military
papers,
conduct.
right?
2 papers, and then you'll get a third person to cite that paper, and then
Yep.
you will cite the third paper, and it becomes like a circle, right? This woozle effect. It's from a Winnie the Pooh story where Piglet and Pooh were following their own tracks looking for the woozle, but it turns out that they were just following their own tracks in the snow. And that's what happens a lot with the citing of the sources and things like that, is especially in academia, is they'll all cite each other in this like incestuous circle jerk of research, quote unquote. And so you got to be careful from that. And Wikipedia, unfortunately, falls prey to that sometimes because their standards for what gets cited as information is it has to be in a book. It doesn't have to be correct. It just has to be published. And so, yeah.
Wikipedia is a good place to start looking for
Yes.
things, but you should start going like you should read Wikipedia for at least the mainstream view, which to be honest is generally mostly correct, with some obvious examples, but generally mostly correct. But then after you've learned the mainstream view, you should start reading the sources in the Wikipedia article, right? Read the sources directly, and then they will have sources, and then you should start you should at some point start chasing them back, right?
True. Thank you, by the way, for calling in. Was that literally all you had?
Yeah, that's literally all I had.
Okay. Well, thanks for
It,
calling.
it was
Okay.
just, it was just well.
It sounded kind of unbelievable. Yeah, that's what it is, though.
Speaking of academics, I have a PhD that wants to call in Eucharist. He's a great guy. He's worked in academia, and he says he has a story about this that he wants to tell us.
Okay.
So we're going to have him call in and tell a story.
Sure.
Mark, you're alive.
Are you the PhD?
Can he figure out how to unmute? We'll find out.
Hello. No, I'm sorry. My voice is mostly shot, so you're gonna have to bear with me, okay? But the phenomenon that you were just describing, I have a particularly funny story about this. So this is a relatively legendary thing from where I went to undergrad. There was a student in West Civ class who had just learned about the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was reading the Wikipedia article and had learned, and this is probably well over 10 years back at this point. So Wikipedia moderation standards have improved dramatically in the past 5 to 10 years. But one way that you used to be able to sneak some really fun things into a Wikipedia article was by putting a minor detail in a sentence that was already footnoted that would sort of like escape notice for some time and then sort of just get cemented. And so he was reading through the narrative of Gavrilo Princip, pulling out his pistol and shooting the Archduke. And he added a fun little anecdote in that where he said he pulled out his pistol whipped a nearby pedestrian, and then shot the Archduke. And just left it there. Now, if you go Google Gavrilo Princip pistol whip, you will find, for example, here's a 2014 article from the Australian Broadcasting Company on the anniversary of the beginning of World War I that quotes this anecdote that says he pistol whipped a nearby pedestrian and then shot the Archduke. It made it into a high school history textbook. It made it in newspapers, and then eventually got, retroactively cited back onto Wikipedia as like, well, look, these are reputable sources that are saying that Gavrilo Princip pistol whipped a nearby pedestrian. But if you go back and look in the edit history of the article, there's this one fanatical editor who finally got it removed because he's like, I'm telling you guys, this wasn't a thing before this original edit. All of the sources that say it all come from this. You guys are crazy. He was going nuts for months trying to get this off, and finally it's gone. But it happens. It really happens. So
I salute you, autists.
Whoever that guy was.
Very, very fanatical about editing Wikipedia. You are the glue that holds us together. But that kind of a story isn't exactly uncommon. It's not rare, I should say. It's not as rare as you would think. And this happens in especially in kind of streaming circles a lot too. Is a rumor will start that will be covered on different streams, and then it will escape. There's an escape velocity to it where it doesn't need to stand on any foundation because the foundation it stands on is now people talking about it. I don't know. But no, it's a good story. How are you, by the way? How's it going?
I'm doing okay, other than losing my voice over the past week. I came because I had promised you we would talk about the plagiarism stuff on Friday, so I wanted to at least get a little bit of it out here in the short time that I have. Because man, there have been so many things in the past year. I don't want to put these on the same level, right? They're obviously different, but like October 7th is one example, and the plagiarism thing is another example of just like news stories that more than anything serve to like show people's inability to just process facts at all. Where like, so for example, like the hospital bombing in Gaza, you saw people who it never could possibly have been Hamas or another militant organization that did that, or it was an accident. It was always going to be Israel, and vice versa. There were people who could never conceive of Israel doing something bad. Same thing with the plagiarism accusations. Obviously, again, like probably 10 tiers down in importance, but like there are people for whom it is inconceivable that this woman could ever have intentionally plagiarized repeatedly throughout her entire academic career, despite all evidence. And if you think that she did, and you think she doesn't deserve her post because of that, well, you're part of this right wing conspiracy.
And to be clear, so everyone knows what you're talking about. The plagiarism thing was Claudine. I think that's her first name, Claudine
Gay. Yeah,
Claudine Gay was the president of Harvard. She recently stepped down after credible accusations of plagiarism hit the news, right? And there are, and I'm sure still are today, people who are defending this through a variety of reasons. One of the reasons that I was called a useful idiot by our friend Smugbug, because Smugbug thinks that because it was a right-wing organization that pushed this, that it must be something we have to resist. Because a right-wing messenger gave the message, it's something that no good leftist would ever countenance. I think that's problematic for a few reasons. One of those reasons being that there is this idea that the truth is only the truth if it's told by the right people, and I think that's harmful. Even if the worst person you know tells you something that's true, it's still true. It's still correct. It's still something that actually is factually true. Now you can interrogate their motivations, but when it comes to plagiarism, we don't have to interrogate the motivations. Even if they have the worst intentions, if they expose plagiarism should be dealt with, especially if you're a president of a academic institution. I don't know.
Especially the most prestigious academic institution in the United States, right? Like, I mean, in her New York Times op-ed after she resigned, former President Gay said that she did receive a lot of like actually explicit racist harassment, and I believe her. I totally believe that there are people who were absolutely giddy and gleeful that a black woman was falling to this campaign. I totally believe that, but my point in the argument with Smugbug on Twitter, and that I'll stand by, is that it's a type of accusation that doesn't have ammo unless the evidence is there. Her academic record is public. You can go look at her articles on Google Scholar. You can Google the paragraphs, and they will bring up other things from other books, right? And she did not cite them appropriately. So it's, if there are racists who are happy that she's fired, I don't like making racists happy, but sometimes, perfectly reasonable things make bad people happy, right? Like,
thoughts, Steph?
Well, initially I was thinking of those two CGP Grey videos about following sources back through the centuries. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The Staten Island story about the guy who had barrels on his ship and he unleashed them to win the race. And then there was the story about Tiffany. Where did Tiffany first appear in the lexicon as a name, right? And both of those stories involved him like reading books that no one's read for like 100 years, and they've just been sitting on the shelf in the back of a library somewhere, and no one knows anything about it, and no one cares. It's such obscure knowledge, right? So I was thinking of that because there's a lot of instances where you'll have, let's say it's something that's true, just completely true, right? And it's in an old book, all right? And then someone will, like 20 years later, will cite that offhandedly in their book. And then it gets cited again and again. And it goes like 5 or 6 books down, changing a little bit each time, just citing the previous book as to where it came from. And then eventually, as soon as the internet hits, then it's on Wikipedia, and it's probably in some kind of dumbed down form, or it's in an article somewhere, and it's half truth at best at that point from all the transformations it's gone through, right? So a lot of this sounds like that.
Well, and one thing that makes the type of plagiarism that she was committing, I think, so the reason academics, I think, should care about it so much is when you do omit question marks and citations, you risk this thing happening even more. So you risk just stating a claim that someone takes this fact from your work, they cite it from your work, you haven't cited where you got it from. Maybe, like in one instance with her thing, she took someone else's paragraph wholesale and changed one word. It was about the relationship between, X initiative and voting turnout among the black population or something like that. And the original thing that she copied from said it had a negative correlation, and she flipped it to a positive correlation, not on the basis of her own statistical analysis, but just changing a word. And so she's completely changed the conclusion that someone else arrived at based on their own statistical analysis. But now there's a paper out there that I could cite that makes that claim, that bolsters my evidence, right? And I can't follow her chain back. She's cut me off from even doing that work, the hard work to go dig up that book that nobody's ever read, Like, I can't do that anymore when she doesn't put quotes, when she doesn't cite what she's supposed to.
Yeah.
That's what we should be able to do, theoretically, yeah.
I think it's just hilarious that the internet has been, let's say the left-wing internet has been doubling down on defending this woman over and over and over because she is left-wing herself and she plagiarized, but she's left-wing. At the same time, like a week earlier, the left-wing internet was in an uproar about plagiarism when, was it H. Bomber guy put out that video?
Yeah,
right.
About YouTubers plagiarizing? And it's like, guys... Like, very clearly there's just a partisan angle to this, right? Where it doesn't, like, the plagiarism itself doesn't actually matter to these people. The only thing that matters is whether their guys are winning or losing.
Look, this is what frustrates me, because this isn't the first time this has happened. It won't be the last time this has happened, where there's like this huge partisan angle to what we think is right or wrong. I actually believe in a lot of these values, right, that leftists claim to hold. I actually do believe that that racism is bad, like anti-Semitism is a problem. I do think that plagiarism and stealing other people's work, theft of time and theft of labor are both really big issues, right? I think that there's all these things at stake, but you hurt what I want to happen when you make a game of it. When you make it this political football game that you're playing just to hurt the other team and make sure your team gets those touchdowns. I don't care about the team. The only reason I'm on this team, so to speak, right, is that it has the values that I think are correct. And when you show that you do not care about those values, I don't care if your team wins or not at that point, right? Yeah. I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah.
There
was an article in the...
Right,
go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, there's an article at the Harvard Crimson, the student paper, obviously has been covering this a lot. And there was one op-ed by the editorial board that came to her defense. I think one thing that gets lost in the whole discussion is the actual timeline of events, where much of the statements that Harvard made and that the defenses of her came before additional accusations had come to light and been sort of adjudicated. So there were early accusations that were raised in October after the controversy with the congressional hearing. So people started digging into her record because she offended people and they found these things that looked suspicious. Those early ones were like, oh, okay, this isn't that bad. Like, she cited this paper elsewhere in the dissertation. Like, she probably could have done better. And then as time went on, more and more things were found. So the Harvard Crimson editorial board wrote in favor of her, but then there was a dissenting member of the undergrad honor council at Harvard who wrote an essay basically who said, I get to weigh in on decisions of whether or not someone gets suspended or expelled at Harvard for exactly this kind of stuff. And this is definitionally plagiarism. I voted to suspend people, undergrads at Harvard, for violating this policy. How can our president be held to a lower standard than Joe Schmo Jr., who copied a paragraph off Wikipedia in his senior seminar or whatever, like how it's a really good op-ed, I think. Like the student is like, I take these decisions seriously, and it doesn't seem like Harvard is as a school. So yeah.
Bro, Dev, what were you gonna say?
Sorry, yeah, I cut you off there.
So, Wick, you and I had a very short back and forth, and it was over Twitter banning like left-wing accounts recently, right?
Oh yeah, I have that in my pocket in case things cool down.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you were replying to this, but I'll just send you my tweet anyway.
Let me
But
see.
it's basically someone said, a bunch of left-wing accounts and journalists have been suspended from Twitter, and then I posted that XKCD.
Oh, no, I promise you it wasn't a subtweet. I've seen a lot of it on my timeline of people celebrating this happening and saying good, right? Like
I'm not necessarily celebrating. There is some Schadenfreude here for sure, but I'm not necessarily celebrating. But there's that legendary XKC tweet SKCD tweet where the person says the right to free speech means the government can't arrest you for what you want for what you say. It's just that people listening think you're an asshole and they're showing you the door, right? And whenever, let's say, over the past decade online, a right winger's been censored and says, "What about free speech?" Leftists have always posted this comic and they've been very smug about it. You know what I mean? They said, well, or even crazier, I've seen this from, let's say, even more radical accounts where they'll say freeze peach, freeze and
They
peach.
make a mockery of it. Yes, absolutely.
Because they make a mockery of the idea of appealing to free speech. And what's underneath that? This is something that I tried to hammer home in my talk on your channel, Wick, with Karl Marx. Is that you can't simply have a standard where you are not censored and you can have all the debates about your ideas that you like, but your opponents are censored. And the reason you can't do that, even if you think your opponents are evil and that it would be good to censor them, is because when they get power, and they will turn it around on you. And that's what's happening now, is that the cultural zeitgeist is shifting rightward a little bit, right? Elon now controls Twitter, and you're seeing things move in a more rightward direction online. And now you're seeing leftists get censored. And so the liberal response to that is, hey, we shouldn't be censoring everyone, which is true, and I agree with you on that, right?
Yes,
but if you have a paradigm where every time the left is in power, they censor because they don't care about liberal principles, hypothetically. And every time, again, hypothetically, the right is in power, they do care about liberal principles, so they don't censor. That means that you have basically a ratcheting effect only moving one way, right? Where you have things are pushed leftward, and then when things swing back, they don't actually swing back. You just maintain a neutrality of whatever came before. So there is a good argument that unless your opponents commit to not being censorious in the future, you must also go against liberal principles and censor them, because liberal principles only work if every... It is a trap. It is a trap. But you have to figure out that not doing it is also a trap, though, because then they will just inevitably win over enough iterated games, right? So you have to say, listen, we're going to punish you by the same standard that you punished us, and we're going to do it until you recognize that your standard is wrong, and you can't do it to us when things swing back.
That's not why they're punishing them, right? Like, that's not why it's happening. They're doing it because it's team sports, and so free speech is a big issue of mine. And one of the problems I have is that almost no one actually believes in it, right? A lot of people will say that they believe in it, but they'll do this thing where they're always willing to censor the other side because they're dangerous, and they're never willing to, in any time the same weapon is turned on them, they decry it, right? And one of the great things about organizations like thefire.org, I don't know if you're familiar with them, is that whether you're left, right, or center, they will defend your free speech rights. Legally, right?
That's how it should be. Yeah, yes. I agree.
But the problem is it's a cultural problem. When we do this, well, it happened to us, so now we're going to do it to you to show you what it feels like. It just perpetuates the cycle. And so someone has to be a bigger person and say, no, we're not going to continue this cycle. We're going to stop it, and we are going to, both culturally and legislatively, defang the processes and methods on which people engage in this attack on free speech. So they take away the cultural...
I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you. But I think that process can only happen after you've given the censors a dose of their own medicine. So I can give you two examples, right? So one, I sent, when we were talking about this, Wick, I sent you that Star Trek The Next Generation clip.
Yeah, you did.
Did you watch it?
No.
You gotta watch it, man.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I saw it on my Twitter. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'll watch it later. And then I just moved on.
And then you never did. Okay, so the episode is that Picard is kidnapped by aliens, and the aliens are actually very benevolent and benign. They were just experimenting, right? They didn't really hurt him. But then he kidnaps them. And he holds them, and they're like extremely distressed, and they're like, "Oh, you can't be doing this. Like, we didn't mean you any harm." And it's like, "Well, now you know what it feels like. You can't do this to me, and now that I've done it to you, you're gonna know why you can't do this to me." And that was the lesson. He did it a bit, and then he let off and said, "Now you know." And then they parted ways. Right?
And
there was no eternal punishment of him. There was.
If I thought that the people in power, right, that were going to punish the liberals would just do it like Picard would, then maybe
Mhm.
I would agree with you. But they're not going to do that. You and I
Probably
both know
not,
they're
no,
not going
no.
to do that.
Yeah, it's
They're going
this,
to take
it's
it
this
way too far.
escalating mimetic cycle. Yeah.
Yeah. The other option is they escalate, and that's also not good, right? So there's the other example is Destiny talks about this a lot, where Destiny says something like he seems to be kind of fixated on when Obama's final Supreme Court justice was stolen from him because they simply blocked it for a year and a half by not holding that hearing. Remember that, Wick?
I do. I remember it.
Yeah.
I remember it
Yeah.
distinctly.
And
There's a lot of arguments there that this was Harry Reid's fault when he changed the filibuster rules. Anyway, but carry on.
Yeah. But basically even if it was legal, it was very clearly immoral and against the spirit of how things should function, right?
Yes.
And so Destiny's opinion seems to be, you know what? We should once we have the capability to do so, we should do that once to the Republicans, just so they have a taste of it, and then we can say, okay, we've now hit you back. Now we both know we can't behave this way, but we can't just get away with it. We have to do it at least once to them so they know.
But that's
and it's the same principle here, though.
Yeah, but that's never going to be how that works. What that's going to do is people are going to say, "Oh, it worked. We're going to engage in it to show you a lesson." Oh, wait, it actually worked again? Hell, this is going to be a power politics play from now on, and now it's normalized in the lexicon of how we behave. The lexicon's the wrong word.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean?
This
but go ahead.
This is my biggest disagreement with Josiah Pondering Politics. Whenever I get my voice back, we're supposed to talk about this book, actually, Tyranny of the Minority. The same authors who did How Democracies Die a few years back. And one of their arguments in both books is that you do actually see like a deterioration of like cross aisle and democratic norms in the U.S., particularly around the Clinton impeachment. And like since then, things have like become in an escalating cycle, more and more hostile. And so, for example, like we didn't used to have real controversy about Supreme Court appointments, but since Clinton, we have on both sides. And so I'm not convinced that there's ever going to be a point where one side says, well, you did this, so now we get to clap back. And that's going to be it. Like, you understand now how bad it's going to be. I see it like, more like the ratcheting, or more like, I love Rene Girard, and he talks about escalating cycles of imitative violence. And I think that's just sort of what's happening. I don't know how it ends until one side decides to be principled and not do that. But then that requires, a lot of sacrifice as well. So yeah, I don't see where that definitive point is, where like I love Star Trek, and I love that example. I think it's great. I think that's how it would work in an ideal world, like a lot of things in Star Trek. But unfortunately, we're stupid and not rational, and that's not how people actually work, right?
So here's the thing, right? Because the options only seem to be you give your opponents as much unfairness as they give you to teach them, and then you stop, or you both escalate, or you do nothing and allow them to escalate unopposed, and then you just lose, right?
No,
there seems to be no other option.
No, Dev, I disagree that you lose in that case. What you do is you draw a delineation, a distinction in the voters' minds between. Okay, I'm talking about liberal democracies here, which we live in, right? Okay, I'm not gonna posit on whether this works in a another system, but in our system, what you do is you say, okay, this is why we're different. We have principles, they do not. And generally, this gives you elections, right? This is why you win elections, generally. And that's going to happen all the time. It's not going to be a clear and present thing. But when you stoop to their level, what you do is you make it a situation where people cannot tell the difference between you and them. And then why would they vote for you over them? Because, I mean, then it's just they can't tell. You're both engaging in the same kind of chicanery. And so,
this makes sense up until the point that the other side is actually able to fuck with how elections are run, and then this breaks down, because then it doesn't matter who votes for you.
As long as we're referencing apt sci-fi things, this my position, I think, is like the war games position, right? The only winning move is not to play, right? Like you can't, once you get in this cycle, like everybody dies, or somebody taps out. Those are the only two options, in my estimation. Unless we actually have strong enough institutional bulwarks that punish people when they start stepping out of the real bounds. But I used to be very optimistic about that. I don't know if I am anymore.
Honestly, I think America does. I mean, I've been following the various Trump indictments. I think he's totally fucked, at least on the documents case. The other
Yeah.
ones are hit and miss, but like we'll see.
But if he
So
lands,
I do.
did you see the most recent Michigan poll? Like he's up 8 points in Michigan right now. Michigan,
Mhm.
it's insane. Like if I was Biden, I would be quaking right now if it's a good poll and all that blah blah blah. You know, political science stuff. I did fake political science. I do political theory, but my friends who do real political science tell me all of these things. But that should be scary if you don't want Trump to win, and I don't want Trump to win, even though I'm a conservative. So like, I don't know what a second Trump presidency looks like. I think it looks like gutting all of those bulwarks I'm confident in. All of these cases could stick. If they give him house arrest and he's still on the ballot and he gets reelected, what happens? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the idea of Trump goes to jail, but he's also the president, and then you have like his Secret Service in the jail with him, because that could be like a hilarious
It's memey,
comedy movie.
but it would make a fun movie. You're correct, but a reality would be. Oh, no, I don't want to. No, that's
Trump ruling the country from jail.
That's
Oh my God! Listen, I'm glad I'm not an American. You guys can have fun with that shit.
Eucharist. Thank you for calling in. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. We'll reschedule
no, it's great.
our talk.
I'm sorry. I just
Yeah.
your chat has this neon Reagan guy who put conservative in scare quotes. Fight me, Eucharist on Discord. Message me anytime. Let's talk.
Yeah.
Neon Reagan's from my community. He is like he's a paleoconservative.
Oh well, yeah. Then we have more overlap than he thinks. But
No, he is a pro-Trump paleoconservative.
oh well, then that's stupid. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you for calling in, Eucharist.
Right.
I'll see
See you
later.
guys. Have a good evening.
I like Eucharist. Eucharist is one of the original Wickers who would come in and talk with me when I was like had two people watching me, right? Really good guy. He's fun to argue with. I have some substantive disagreements with him on a few things, but I think that overall, whip smart, honest guy, genuine. And he's a PhD, so I get to throw that around a little bit. So, you know.
Yeah. I mean, oh man. When it comes to the whole academic thing, the go-to food shops is in the chat. She knows what I'm talking about. The go-to is when for me just to show some of the obvious bias is when Academic Agent got fired, right? Back in like 2019. Do you remember that? Do you remember the story there?
Wasn't this President Sunday related?
Yes, it was.
Yes, I think I vaguely remember it. Remind me.
Yeah, so Academic Agent, he ran like an anti-SJW YouTube channel that back in that era of YouTube, and he was definitely like a center-right type of guy. But President Sunday back in the day, this is years and years and years ago, got together a crowd of people to send a bunch of messages to his university because he was a professor at a university in the UK. So they spammed the university with various reports, and they said, "Listen, this guy, he's a threat to your students. He's far right, blah blah blah." And because the UK is way more sensitive to this sort of stuff than America is, he lost his job. And he still has some connections in publishing, so he's been publishing new books, but he doesn't teach anymore. Like he was kicked out of academia despite having his PhD. It's like, that sounds ridiculous in my opinion, even though I don't agree with him. And I mean, since being isolated, Academic Agent has radicalized very far right, but I don't necessarily blame him for that because no one came to his defense except for the right wingers.
Yeah, that's how that works. This is a tale as old as time, right? You kick them out so that no one sane will associate with them, and well, who are they gonna turn to? Because they're not gonna cease to exist, right? They're gonna just go with the people who will listen and talk to them, and they ain't gonna get pushback on their crazy ideas anymore. But no, I think that it's just scummy all around. That whole story.
So the Academic Agent story is where I first started really paying attention to not just personal left-wing bias, which I experienced a lot when I was in university myself, but also institutional left-wing bias, where the rules actually are just applied one way. And so for me, once I saw the Harvard plagiarism story, that was just like another data point in a very long list of data points I've been collecting for like 5 years now of just how left-leaning academia is. And there's probably some natural inclination for academia to be left-leaning because the right does tend to be more intellectual focused and the left is like more blue-collar focused. So there's probably some natural probably some of the left leaningness of it is just how it is naturally, but I think a lot of it is definitely like artificially imposed, and they're rigorously
Institutional
gatekeeping out other
capture,
ideas. Yeah,
right?
institutional capture. Yeah.
It's this idea. Well, I won't explain it to you, right? You know what I'm talking about. But I think it's getting better. I think that this is evidence of it getting better, because if this had happened in 2020, we wouldn't have had the same outcome. I think that, funnily enough, October 7th and the response to it by a lot on the far left really just there's going to be a divorce between certain segments of the left, the people who cheered and the people who didn't on October 7th, right? I think that
Yep.
we're going to have
Yep.
a far-reaching differences there.
What's really funny is, like, when I went through my leaving the left moment, it was 10 years ago, right? And October 7th was something that I knew was coming for a long time now. Like, not that specific event, but this
Like, why didn't you
idea.
report it? Right? No, go on.
But this idea that liberals would eventually see the liberals who didn't get like slowly pushed into the socialist camp, the liberals would eventually see exactly who they buddied up with during the 2016 to 2020 era, because there was a lot of just broad leftist unity in the face of Trump getting elected, and Bolsonaro and Brexit, and there seemed to be this slow rise of the right wing in liberal democracies, which is still continuing in Europe. Right wing parties are still getting elected.
Oh, I saw that.
It happened in
Italy
Argentina as well.
video recently. Did you see that one where they're all doing the Nazi salute or whatever?
Which one was that?
It was very recent. I think it was Italy. Could be Spain. But
Maybe.
like a huge crowd of people all just doing the Nazi salute. But it was in some kind of forum.
So there has been this slow rise of the right, for sure. And I think at least in the English-speaking world, the broader left united in the face of that. But then after Trump lost in 2020, they kind of had to figure out why they were together. And I think October 7th I knew something like this would happen, where liberals realized why, hey, you actually don't fit with leftists all that much. I didn't know what it was going to be, but there was going to be some big event. It turned out to be October 7th, right? So I see Brianna Wu, for example, tweeting stuff that I was saying 10 years ago. And it's like, you're going through the exact same thing I went through 10 years ago. The reason I went through it 10 years ago is because for me, it wasn't a public event. For me, it was being in university and reading a lot of their political theory and figuring out where it goes,
Gotcha. Well, we all get there in different ways. I like to hear a lot of different perspectives. For me, it's not so much a left versus right thing. It's extremist versus non-extremist thing. Like, I can get along with a right-wing moderate, right? Or someone who's a moderate and has very conservative views. I would get along with that person. But extremists on either side, even an extremist who takes all my values, everything I want, but they're extreme about it, and they're extreme about the ways they go about it, is something I don't want to associate with. Associate is the wrong word. I don't want to be on their team, because I think that the extreme nature of how you engage with the world affects, like, it taints everything you touch. It twists and contorts things that I would consider values to be weapons in a lot of ways, and I don't like it. It's
Speaking of extremism, Food Shops, I have to announce to you guys, Food Shops is in fact becoming a right-wing extremist. She's going through it right now.
She's
been reading Mencius Moldbug. She's been reading Mencius Moldbug, and she's becoming a right-wing extremist, guys. You have to understand this.
I don't want to talk about Food Shops too much because she can't defend herself on my channel. She got banned because of the pedo stuff. But
wait, from your server, she's banned? She can't come in?
She's banned. I don't know too much about it.
Wait, hold on, Wick, was this your ruling or your mods or
my
what?
My mods and my admins made this decision. I haven't looked into the. I've heard some of the clips. They don't look good. I have been meaning to get around to talking to her directly about it. Unfortunately, holidays, etc. I haven't yet.
Yeah.
So until I figure it out, I'm gonna hold this ruling.
I looked into it. And. I mean, I looked into it, and she just seems to be like schizo, which is fine. It's fun, but like here's the thing. I don't. Like, everyone's like, she's a pedophile. I don't think she's a real pedophile, guys. I just think She has zero tact, zero ability to form a coherent sentence, no idea when to not say the edgy joke. And it's like, okay, all
I
right.
don't, it did, the clips I've seen, and their clips, to be fair, didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like her argument.
Well,
I don't know.
also
I'll
here's the
have to
thing,
look
like,
into it. Yeah.
like for me, here we can move it away from food shops. Thanks, Dev. She says in the chat. Okay, here we can move it away from food shops. Like I personally don't care that much about the drawn lolly stuff because it's just a drawing. It's like, oh, whatever, I don't care. You know, if you like it, I don't care. If you don't like it, I don't care. There are people who okay, let me put it this way: the people who want to treat drawings as if they're the exact same morally as real child porn, I think that's ridiculous.
No, they're
And
not
there
the
are people out
exact
there
same. But it
people out there who
like
do that. And it's like,
something can be worse, but the original thing is still not good and not something I want, right? Yeah, I don't know. I have to talk to her at some point.
Let's have the lolly debate, Wick.
Yeah,
Let's do
and
it.
we might
Let's have the lolly debate. We can
look,
do it right now.
we can monetize the shit out of it. Why do it right now when we can make a production value of it? Dev, as the defense attorney for food stamps, right, comes on my show, right, and then we'll have a prosecutor, right, going, and I'll be the judge. I'll wear a wig. We'll make some money, and like if you super chat, that'll be like the jury, right? We'll super chat to do the jury.
Oh, nice.
It'll be great. But let's bring
that's the way
another
to do
caller. We've committed to that. I want to get as many people as we possible. I know I said 1 to 2 hours, but we got a lot of people, so I don't know if you have anywhere to be or.
No, I'm good. Let's go.
Okay.
I can probably do like 1 more hour.
1 more hour-ish? Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. Okay, we'll see how it goes. And you thought that this wasn't going to be interesting. We'd have nothing to talk about. You're a fool. Foolish, Steph. Let's bring in the next contestant on whatever the fuck this is.
I still hope Brianna Wu shows up at the end, maybe. Let's see.
I'll send her another DM. My alibi. Hello, you're live.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
How about now?
Hello.
Now it's good.
Greetings. Yo. Well, that's a lot to follow up of. That was a good conversation and all that, but I'll do my best.
What do you got for us?
Well, so one, I was piggybacking off a topic earlier, just because I had some interaction with it, but like political labels where liberal versus conservative, people on the far left don't like to call other liberals, they'll just call them conservative, neoliberal, use pejoratives and stuff, and how, again, we can't even come down to like simple facts on how to kind of label people or where they fit in. And like on the liberal side, you have people who are pro-Israel and also pro-Palestine. But then someone who might be pro-Israel, a lot of extreme leftists won't like to call them liberal at all.
Sure. Yeah.
So
I agree.
Go ahead.
No, I agree with your point here. Yeah, go on, continue.
So like it's annoying because also the PhD guy who was on earlier, and I enjoyed that, talking about kind of the processing of facts, how stuff can be edited. How do you get people to come to kind of a common agreement of what we call liberal or conservative, and like just because you don't agree with one liberal position doesn't mean you're conservative, and again, you're just bad faith if you're.
So I think this is a problem about people swallowing an identity and making their identity or their political party part of who they are as a person. I have certain values, right, that I believe in. More leftist, progressive kind of things tend to fit with most, not all, but most of those values tend to align with them. If that ever stopped being the case, right? If that ever changed, I wouldn't follow the label. I would follow the value. And I think a lot of people are the opposite of that. They are invested in saying, hey, I'm a leftist or I'm a this. And so if you are not this, right? If you don't have the same beliefs I do, you cannot be a this. And even when those parties change or those tribes change, they will cling to this, and so they try to kind of like gatekeep the word or gatekeep the label and push people out that they disagree with and keep people in that they don't. But I don't get tied to it like that. So to answer your question, how do we get people to come to a common understanding? I don't give a shit what someone says is conservative or not. I'm like, okay, conservative, cool. What are they actually saying? What's their proposal, right? What are they advocating for? Is that good or is that bad? It's a very simplified way of thinking of it, but it is what it is. Then I'll be okay with it or not. I don't care if they call it conservative or not. What do you think?
No, that's 100% fair. I would say even growing up when talking politics with my family, they would always like to label me, oh, wait, are you conservative? Are you libertarian? Are you neoliberal? And I always kind of, shucked those labels and much rather like, what's your opinion on this and this? Because it can be very nuanced.
What do you think, Dev?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm kind of feel the same way, right? If my ideals, like if society shifted and my ideals became known as far right, then that's what I would be. I wouldn't care too much, right? Or far left, I still wouldn't care too much. It's like, okay, I guess that's where I am. I guess I'm far left or far right now. Fine. What matters are the ideas themselves, right? And here's the thing: when it comes to when you're arguing over labels rather than arguing over ideas, what's really happening there is you're trying to place a moral judgment on someone, right? So for example, like when someone calls you a fascist, let's say they're left wing and they call you a fascist, what they're really saying is you are bad thing and therefore you should therefore you should be bad. It's a moral judgment, right? And
100%.
the issue ultimately is that if you were to actually meet a real fascist, someone who genuinely believed in those values and thought they were good, they wouldn't be insulted by you calling them a fascist. They'd just be like, yeah, that's what I am, right? It wouldn't be an insult. So the idea of attaching moral weights to labels and then slapping people with them, it doesn't really work. And it really doesn't work to actually discredit ideas, right? Like everyone on Twitch poll, I think, at one point or another, probably even including myself, frankly, has simply used fascist as like a sentence ender or like an argument ender, where it's like, well, you believe in X policy, well, that's a fascist policy. And it's like, well, what's the rest of the argument? The rest of the argument that's being smuggled in there is fascism is immoral, so you shouldn't believe in this policy, right? But that's frankly not a good enough way to argue, in my opinion. Actually, I think this is a
It has been good enough
conversation
to win the argument for a long time, though.
But I think it's not good enough anymore. We're getting to that point where people are seeing through it, right? I mean,
well, and it shifts the argument because you have to defend yourself not being a fascist over whatever you were originally talking about.
Well, there is that, but there's also the fact that 7 or 8 years ago it was racist, right? Everyone's like, you're racist, you're a white male, racist. But that got to a point where now no one gives a shit if you're called a racist. Sometimes they'll just be like, yes, I am, fuck you, just to like get them to fuck off, And that, which, by the way, one, that has allowed a lot of real racists to get smuggled back into the conversation, right? But secondly, they've now had to shift to a different word. And right now the word is fascist. And we're approaching that point too, where nobody cares. It's not there yet. Maybe another 6 months to a year. Nobody cares if they call you a fascist anymore. Which, by the way, one, that allows fascists to come back into the conversation. But two, that offers no argument against fascism's here the optics go out the window. Fascism's positive qualities, which it does have some, right? So like you have to balance this, where it's like you have to actually argue against the policies themselves and not really care what label they're under.
The winner in the story of the boy who cried wolf was the wolf, and you're exactly right. That people, when you are watering down and flattening a term so that it just has very little meaning anymore, it helps the people who are actually those things to, as you say, get smuggled back into society, because the accusation holds no weight. Because it's very important, right? When someone is doing fascist things that actually will be authoritarian, take away democracy, take away people's freedoms of choice, take away people's free speech, etc., to be able to tell people that, and rather than go through a whole litany, shorthand is useful. But again, we've overplayed our hand. I agree with you
Yeah,
100%.
yeah. And actually, here to bring food shops back up again, I had this conversation with her like last week. Okay, and well, I was trying to explain this idea to her basically, and it was basically that okay, if you're going to talk to a real fascist, if you just, because I think she talked to Big Papa Fascist at one point, and like you can't just scream about how your opponent's ideals are immoral because they don't share that view of it with you. So it's not an argument to them. You have to. She says in the chat, "I live in Dev Walls." Fuck you. Okay, so listen. What you have to actually do.
How many times you bring her up? But go ahead.
Okay, yeah. What you have to do is you actually have to show how their own positive qualities are not fulfilled by the policies they want to implement, right? So, for example, if you talk to a fascist, and assuming he's honest with you, he'll say that like order is a great positive quality in society, right? Like you want an orderly society. That's why they're so strict with things, right? But then you realize that once you centralize all power into the great leader, into one person, your society that's a single point of failure for society, right? So, hypothetically, if Joe Biden is assassinated today, America will have a crisis. It might even go to war. However, your government doesn't collapse because you have chain of command, you have succession, things are set up, and power is devolved to hundreds or thousands of different people in hundreds of thousands of different offices all over the country, right? If you assassinate Hitler, Nazi Germany dies. And so when the fascist says, I want order, you have to be able to show them that, well, you might want order, but the way you set up your society does not actually guarantee any order. And in fact, liberal democracies in their decentralization guarantee more order, right? So there is, in my opinion, a good argument against fascism. And I didn't once have to soy out about how immoral it is. You know what I mean?
You didn't have to. But no, thank you, my alibi, for calling it a great topic, great question. Is there anything else you had before we let you go?
No, not really. That kind of covers it. The only other, like, before you throw me off into the void, would say, I would guess, like, while there are select few people who would welcome the label fascist, I think there are a lot of people that fit the term that would readily like deny it, just because, kind of like you were saying, they think morally different. They disagree with you, but they're like the moral outcomes of what their beliefs are wouldn't make them believe they're a fascist.
Yeah, one of the reasons we're so hesitant to take a good conservative or a good progressive or a good leftist, whatever ideology you think of as bad, is because we have spent so much time and so much blood, sweat, and tears has been spent as tying that political label of our enemies to be evil. And so they can't have a good idea because they are evil. And this is a problem. And it's made it very, very hard to work with each other and very, very hard to work across the aisle. Every time someone on one team or the other tries to work with the other team, they are seen as traitors in a lot of ways too, and are often primaried out. It's a big problem. It's something we have to, I don't know what to do about it, but it's something we're going to have to deal with at some point, right?
Well, another part of this conversation, though, something you mentioned earlier, my alibi, is that they wouldn't say that they're fascist, and a lot of that comes down to, like, if you were to like go to Nick Fuentes, for example, and say, "Are you a fascist?" He'll probably say no. And what he'll say is, I mean, I'm obviously not, a member of the Italian fascist party or the Nazi German party, because fascism today looks very different from fascism back then, right? And because ideas do change, and like the liberals of today are not the same thing as the liberals of 100 years ago, right? So things do, like, there is a genealogy you can trace back through political ideologies to see where things came from. But today's fascists are not the same thing as Mussolini in 1910 coming up with a new ideology. You know what I mean? So they would probably, it's a word game, but if you're educated enough on why the policies are bad, you don't need to do the moral condemnation.
Educating ourselves as streamers? What are you talking about? Alibi? To the void. To the void!
Oh, you kicked him out!
I did. Well, I told him he was going to go to the void. I let him.
Listen, chat. If you wanna go down another rabbit hole of weird fringe ideologies that like only a dozen people actually follow, go to the Wikipedia page for anarcho-nationalism. Okay.
Anarcho-nationalism. I've heard of anarcho-capitalism, but not anarcho-nationalism. Isn't that
Yeah. So
contradictory?
yeah. So you have like anarcho-capitalism, you have anarcho-socialism, anarcho-communism, syndicalism, primitivism. You can definitely find anarcho-nationalism. Okay.
You're gonna okay. I just this is like that's
Here,
saying
I'll give you the TLDR. Okay.
yeah,
So
please
yeah,
briefly because I do want to get to the
national
stuff.
national anarchists syncretize ethnic nationalism with philosophical anarchism in their support for a stateless society. So they're against, they don't want a state, they don't want a government, but they do want a unified society based on some sort of tribal lines, whether it's ethnic or racial or religious or something that unites them together with like a very strict in-group out-group view of the world, but there's no government and no state.
Okay, well, you know what?
And
we can just
if,
label
if
all of those things into the retarded category. Okay?
well, if
funny.
you look at a lot of the people that left-wingers mistakenly call fascist nowadays, they do kind of line up with anarcho-nationalist ideas, which is kind of fun because like Nick Fuentes, he definitely applies as an anarcho-nationalist.
I can based on that very brief description you've given, he hits a lot of the boxes. But it's one of those things where it sounds. I wonder how many of people say that they're these things just to sound crazy or to sound different or to be unique or whatever, right? To be edgy.
Yeah. Oh man, like I'm sure you've seen like Twitter accounts where they'll post like, you know, this very specific type of this one leftist writer who's part of this one movement from some country 70 years ago, and that's the specific strain of leftist thought I believe in. And it's like we all know you're just sitting around in your underwear eating fucking chicken tendies and watching YouTube streams of bread tubers, and that's all you are.
True, but they got to make it sound good, right? Let's bring on the next contestant on whatever the fuck this is. Ali, you're live.
You are. What up, man?
What you got for us, brother?
All right, so I was wondering, societally, I've been watching, and I feel like things are going like more red pill, blue pill, right? Have you've
Can
seen
you
this?
elaborate on that?
Yeah, in terms of dating, in terms of like ideology, it seems like a lot of young people are really responsive and they're really like hyped to follow red pill ideology. So the Sneakos, the Fresh and Fits of the world. And I feel like in that war that's happening, that cultural war, the only reason they're winning is because they have something to offer, or it like seems like they have something to offer. So in terms of like money, bitches, cars, profits, all that shit, that's what they have. And the blue pill side has nothing to offer. So I feel like how do you combat that if you disagree with the ideology that works for young people, specifically? Because if you're older, you can see through the bullshit, but when you're young, it's really flashy, and you're like, ooh.
Well, I think this is a problem that solves itself, as you said. It appeals to a very young set demographic generally, and I think experience is the wisest teacher, right? And I guess it's cyclical because every generation says this is like, well, we know better than the generation that came before, but I wish the generation that's coming after us would listen to our experience, right? So it's like a cyclical thing. I think this is just a combination of social media, the incentives for that, combined with like a noise amplification of these very specific ideologies. I don't worry about it too much because I think that at the end of the day, because when you say red pill, that's way too broad. There are some red pill ideas I actually agree with.
Well, I
right?
wanted to say conservative and liberal, but it wasn't. I don't know if it's necessarily that
Yeah,
much.
again, that's way too broad.
Yeah.
Again, because we can't think of it as so binary as all that. I think that there's a lot of people who are pointing to structural issues that men have in culture, right? In Western cultures, in dating cultures that are just true. But then they'll try to sell you a false kind of fix. And I think that what the blue pill could do, quote unquote, is simply expose that and say, no, they're lying to you, and this is how. And also, we need better, and I know this is maybe cliche to say, but we need better role models on the more left-leaning spectrum that A, don't get exposed as a sex pest. Okay, that's a big one that we're having a problem with for whatever reason. And B, they need to be able to show, hey, to be able to explain, okay, you may be struggling now, but I promise after high school it gets better. Because I didn't get many bitches in high school, but look at me now. Okay, I got my own YouTube channel. Okay?
Are you getting tons of bitches now, Wick?
Look, I'm swimming in it. Okay, knee deep.
Well, here. I'll jump in here, right?
Yeah.
So on some level, what you're describing is, I think, just impossible. Young people will always be attracted to radical ideologies. It's just a part of growing up, and there's psychological reasons for this, right? Like if you read like Piaget's work on developmental psychology, you realize that the experience of going through puberty and just personally experience massive radical changes that are like half out of your control, that experience tends to lead young people to also realize that a lot of society should also go through radical change so that they may fit into society, right? Because they are different from the old paradigm. This is a very common thing that people go through when they're in their late teens and their early 20s. It's a part of human psychology. And generally, after they go through this phase of wanting to radically reorder the world, sometimes they do actually end up having good ideas on how to reorder the world. Sometimes the ideas are bullshit. Sometimes they do reorder the world. Sometimes they don't. But either way, after this psychological period is done, they tend to be more amenable to fitting into what society is in reality. And that doesn't mean that older people can't enact change. They can, but basically, we are psychologically primed to want to engage in revolution in let's say our early adult life. And I guess that makes sense because if there was a change that needed to be made, that's when we are young enough and strong enough and capable enough to do it. So I guess it makes sense it would happen then, but also you lack the wisdom to be able to do it, right? So on some level, you can't, like, outside ideologies, red pill stuff, socialism, even fascism, whatever it is, stuff that is not the current social norm, that will always appeal to young people. It will always draw them in. The
Fascism
only
was a
thing
youth rebellion movement.
it was, yes. So the only thing you can really do is to understand that a lot of young people will be doing this, and that your society is properly structured, that they have viable off-ramps to rejoin society when they're done with it, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, you were LARPing as a revolutionary when you were in high school or when you were in college, but you have a college degree now, and you can actually get a decent job, and you can actually, find a girlfriend and buy a house and become a regular member of society. As long as society is structured to grant some leeway to people who are going through this phase, and still provide them with ways to integrate into society, and frankly even take on some of their new ideas if they happen to be worth something. As long as our society is set up like that, then they will naturally de-radicalize on their own. But if our society is not set up like that, and there's some evidence it's not currently set up like that, that's when you start to have lifelong revolutionaries and you start to have massive social upheaval. And I think that's the current problem facing liberal democracies right now.
Response?
Okay, understood. I'm just saying. So, from what I understood, from what I got, then the society's pretty liberal right now. So then the radical thing would be to go conservative, and everyone's just going conservative. And you think that'll even out in a little bit, or you think that the conservative side actually offers something structural for people to like grasp onto?
It's both. It's both, right? Conservative critiques of liberalism, there does seem to be a fair amount of meat on that bone.
Mhm.
So it's not like they're just radical for the sake of being radical, right? But as long as liberal society is capable of taking the good critiques and also taking in the people that believe them, those people will naturally de-radicalize, right? So I guess the issue, like, for example, you look at like people who follow Andrew Tate as a good example, right? And like there are young boys who are now devaluing women and chasing money, and they're not being like, they're being alpha males, but they're not being positive examples of what an alpha male should be, right? That's
Even the
like
whole Islam grift too.
Yeah, that too. Like you can't deny that Andrew Tate's an alpha male, but he's a very negative alpha male, if that makes sense, right? So You have young guys that are looking at that situation, and in an ideal society, they would meet maybe a decent woman who would be kind and interested in them, as long as they themselves were, of course, able to attract her.
Yeah.
And then maybe they would have a real relationship, and he would realize that, the scales would fall from his eyes, and he would realize, oh my God, I've believed completely wrong things about women this whole time, because having a propagandist tell you for years what women's true nature actually is, and then when you finally fucking meet one for the first time, the reality of it doesn't stand up to the propaganda, right? But if it's now harder to meet women, and it is, and let's say the ways in which you would traditionally meet women, it's now become more taboo to do, like at work or at the gym or at the store, and it is. And maybe some of the ways in which you might meet a woman, which is, on an app, the types of women who are on those apps, they reinforce negative stereotypes about women rather than dispelling them, and that also seems to be somewhat the case. Now you have like a cauldron where radicalization is only going to continue, and there's no real off ramp. It's just going to bubble up and continue to cook. And so, like, it's funny because you see like a lot of, let's say, to be not so kind, right-wing schizos on Twitter who desperately want the trad wife, but none of them are going to church, right? None of them are going to church to meet any of the girls, because those girls do exist there, right? None of them are at university,
Become
and
a
instead of
Mormon.
partying,
You'll
they're in the library.
Yeah,
You know
They
what I
don't
mean?
even want them realistically. They can claim that they want them, but at the end of the day, they really they want the hoes that they claim that to hate. So it's just like, it's the same
Yeah.
thing with the Muslim girl. If they want the 4 wives, but none of the girls' dads are going to approve of that marriage anyways to those people, because you're not good enough for that girl.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's you're correct, Dev, when you say that there's like this kind of storm brewing. We haven't really learned to deal with the new reality that we are in, right? We haven't learned as a culture how to respond to, and I hate to use this, Kennard, but the social media problem. And it is
Yeah.
a problem, and it's going to be something that we're going to have to figure out rules of the road for, right? Figure out ways to handle it and to adjust to everything being everywhere all at once. And I think that one of the things that's going to have to happen are a lot of these things that have become denormalized or stigmatized, such as meeting people or talking to people at the grocery store or the gym, right? Approaching people, right? That needs to become okay again. It used to be okay. Back in my day, it was okay, right? When I was in my 20s.
Yep.
You just go
Mhm.
up. Hey, I think you're cute. You want to go get a coffee sometime? Sometimes they'd be polite about it. No, sometimes they'd be mean about it. Sometimes they'd agree to it, right? It really depended. We need to stop stigmatizing that, and the adults need to step up and say, hey kids, I know sometimes when someone approaches you with something you don't like, it can make you uncomfortable, but that doesn't make them a bad person. That doesn't mean they're out to get you. That doesn't mean they've harmed you in any way. You can simply learn how to say no and learn how to be assertive rather than weaponize your mental instability and weaponize your social problems and inability to be able to communicate and say that, well, they're the bad guy because they're asking me a fucking normal question. I don't know. Anything else for us, Ollie?
Nah, just back to my original point is just
Mm.
that doesn't sound as nice and glamorous as just do this and you'll fuck bitches.
Yeah, mine works,
Yeah,
theirs don't.
we should
So,
focus. Yeah,
so
the marketing's got to change up. But thank you, man.
no problem. What do you think of that social media take, though? I'm really curious. I think that most of the problems that we have today can be laid at the feet in one way or another of social media specifically. I
Yep.
think that it's
I mean,
amplified.
when I was younger, social media basically existed to help facilitate offline stuff. You get in touch with people so that you can go to a party together, or that you could. It was a tool, but it wasn't your entire life. Now social media is people's entire lives, and that's bad.
Unless you're watching me on social media, gang, in which case you should like and subscribe to my channel and live vicariously through Wick's Discord. You can join my Discord. We have great conversations. But yeah.
Listen. If you super chat, you can get this parasocial relationship going. Wick will actually be your real life friend.
True. Hey, with enough money, anything is possible, friends. Anything at all. Let me bring on the next contestant. What you got for us?
Gentlemen.
Hello.
Hi. You're live.
Oh, first and foremost, I've been listening for pretty much the whole time, so there's a lot of stuff I kind of want to go back. First, back to you guys, like 3 guests ago, you were having a unilateral disarmament argument about how one side does something, the other side is either forced to or they're unilaterally disarming. And Wick said, we live in a liberal democracy where you can go and say we're the side with morals. And in an ideal world, Wick, you are 100% right. I wish we lived in that world. But in reality, we live in a very partisan atmosphere where you could tell your side we're the moral people while also going out and being the scumbag. And your side will find small reasons to stand up for you and damn the other side for very, very similar actions. So unfortunately, practically, that doesn't work out as well as I'd hope.
Oh, it's not a panacea. It's not a balm of Gilead that'll heal all our wounds, right? But in the long term, like playing the long game over several iterations of elections, of news cycles, etc., I stand by this. It works. There is a reason that we swung leftward after the 90s, right? After the 80s and 90s, where people saw that the right wing was full of shit on their free speech. Like, they would ban books, they would ban all these things. Anti-freedom, anti-video game, anti all these things, right? The anti-fun party. We took the wrong lessons from that. And we think, well, that's when they had power. This is what they were doing when they had power. So it must be what works. So the left started adopting shit like that. That's a wrong lesson, though, because that I would posit is why they lost power in a more liberalizing society, a more liberalizing culture. And over the years, we have been more liberalizing. So yes, you won't win every election. You may not win the next election, but again, over a long enough period of time, over several iterations, you will win if you stick to it. If you can message control enough, if you can, again, there's a lot of ifs here. It's not a perfect thing, but if you can message control enough, if you can take control of enough of your party, of your ideology, of your apparatus, whatever you want to call it, and kind of say, hey, these are our values. We don't fuck with our values, even if it's politically expedient to do so. Now, no one's actually doing that, so it's a problem. Yeah.
I just didn't want to rehash that whole thing. I just kind of wanted to throw that point in there because I thought about it. Like, you are correct technically, but unfortunately, practically, it doesn't work out as much like that as I'd hope. The next point is Dev was talking about how an inherent trait of fascism is an autocratic leader. And looking at some of the ideals of fascism, you can almost implement or theory craft a way to have democratic fascism where you wouldn't have that one autocratic central figure that the government lives and dies by. I'm not endorsing it or anything. I'm just saying I could envision a retelling of fascism to be more of a congressional or parliamentary government as opposed to an autocratic one.
Well, I mean, Mussolini already did that, right? With the Grand Council of Fascism. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just
so basically,
Hitler got assassinated.
What it was in Italy, any Italian citizen could join the fascist party and then get elected to the Grand Council of Fascism, right? Now, it was a democracy in that people voted, but it was not a democracy because it was a one-party democracy, right? Like, you had multiple different strains of fascism that were competing, but no one who was not a fascist could be in the government, if that makes sense, right? So, like, it was kind of democratic, right? But it's still ultimately, all of that, like, understructure still ultimately hinged on Mussolini being in control of everything. And once Mussolini was gone, the entire thing collapsed.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. But like he, in a sense, it's because they're going through the change still. Once you have that government established and you have that machine well oiled enough to sustain on its own, it might take a couple of decades. But I could see, I'm just saying hypothetically, I'd see a version of fascism that isn't centralized around one person in the state that it actually worked in, which I could argue that, like South Korea, it kind of did.
You mean North Korea or?
No, South Korea wasn't they? Okay. Were they considered one of the 7 fascist governments in the world at one point?
I don't
Not
think
aware
so.
of that.
Look it up.
It might be true, but I don't know.
I'd have to read the book.
Let me see. I know, like, Portugal and Spain were, Romania, Germany, Italy, Japan. I mean, South Korea and Taiwan both had nationalist governments in the face of like the socialist parties taking over in North Korea and then in China, right? And they had nationalist governments that eventually transitioned into liberal democracies. But were they fascist? I'm not sure. Maybe it's possible.
I'd
I
have
know
to
in
check the
Taiwan
references
case,
from
they
years.
weren't fascist. It was a nationalist thing, like I forget the guy's name, right? Their leader, whatever. They got kicked out. They lost the war and they got kicked out to Taiwan to kind of like as a last bastion and stuff. But yeah, that kind of went away as well after the leadership died. So
Yeah.
So those were just two honorable mentions. I wanted to my main point. My main point is that we don't really have conservatism in the United States anymore. We have newer versions of liberalism versus older versions of liberalism. If you look at a lot of the history behind the libertarian movement, this would go back to like the Mises Institute writings and such. I like Tom Woods, if anyone's ever heard of him. He's a really educated libertarian. Libertarians left the Democratic Party around the time of World War II because they saw FDR as too autocratic of a leader for their ideals, and they slowly drifted to the right wing, and the right wing kind of has an idea of respect for institutions, so they cut out their own anti-government corner of the right wing that actually kind of became a staple of the party now. If you look at the inception of the neocons were liberal Democrats for a long time that shifted away from the party when who was it? Reagan. I think they the first time they voted right wing was for Reagan, and so they shifted into more of it was actually meant as a pejorative, and same thing with neoliberal. These terms were originally pejorative and became the names of these movements because they were people that switched sides when the Democratic Party went a different way.
yeah, like I
And
said,
a lot
like I said during that discussion, I think they're still pejorative, right? You know, you don't say neoliberal or neoconservative in a positive sense. I've never heard that, right?
Yeah, I mean, neoconservative is how, like, John Podhoretz at Commentary Magazine, his dad was one of the founders of the neoconservative movement. He uses that term as endearment. He's proud of it. He just wrote a few months ago
Sure,
wrote a
that's the
history of the
exception.
neoconservative.
But
And doesn't Francis Fukuyama use neoliberal positively too? Like I think they're used positively a little bit.
Fukuyama ended history. He can do what the fuck he wants. Okay, right?
I would consider myself a neoliberal happily. Like, I'm pretty pro-interventionist and such. So I would consider myself a neoliberal because I have the core values of liberalism, but I also support that what's the word? It's not a meritocracy. It's technocracy. The technocratic the status that the current Democratic Party holds, where they have a Democratic elite, ruling elite, but they're made up of professionals that earn their way there through merit.
Are you part of the ruling elite, my friend?
No, I just support the fact that we need one. I'm big about specialization and the.
Are you in the car?
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's in a car.
Are you okay? Uh-oh.
Hold on, did you just turn on his camera?
I don't look, I'm worried. I'm concerned.
The camera's loading up.
I can't hear him anymore.
Neither can I.
Okay, buddy. Well, thank you. Thank you for calling in. I wish we could
He just got
talk
into an accident, maybe?
more. I hope not. I hope he's okay. I'd feel really bad. But I'm sending him to the void for now. I'm being told.
Let me think about that for a minute.
Sure.
What he just said.
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, he sounded like he might have been like an NRXer or something, maybe, but I don't know. I like what he was saying was technically true. Like, America's Republicans are like older, with the exception of the Trump faction, which is something new. But like Americans Republicans before Trump were like older liberals, and then the Democrats were like newer liberals. If that makes sense, like. Conservatism as an ideology is just whatever the status quo is. And so for America, because classical liberalism is the status quo, your conservatives are classical liberals, right? However, if you're a conservative in the United Kingdom, you're a monarchist, which is different. So
Well, I think it might be a little more nuanced than that, right? I think that there are things such as conservative values that I think that transcend the status quo. But I haven't thought enough about it to really give it an educated kind of take on it. But this is just my instinct, to be clear. I think that, look, at the end of the day, I think that there are more people today, at least, that vote against things than there are that vote for. So there is a lot of people who are insert whatever here, anti-right wing, anti-left wing, and that's how they vote now. They don't really vote for positive things anymore. But that's just my instinct. I don't have a data point on it.
No, I mean that sounds about right, to be honest. Like, in retrospect, I'm actually quite certain that the main reason Trump won in 2016 is not because he was actually considered a better candidate, it's that people really did not like Hillary Clinton.
Well,
Like, they
they
did
didn't
not
like
like
the
Hillary
status
Clinton.
quo. They didn't
Yeah,
like
that too.
the
Yeah.
it was I think Michael Moore described it as a firebomb into the electorate, right? Like a lot of people just wanted to change shit. That's why Bernie got so
Yep.
close too. Bernie rose to national prominence, even though he was a politician for decades, right? He ran. The reason he became kind of like this cause celeb for a lot of people is a lot of people just do not like how politics are right now. They hate it. Trust in our institutions is dipping. It's going lower and lower and lower every year. There are perfectly valid reasons for that, and there's some more silly reasons for that. Right? It's beyond the scope of this discussion, but I think that like the Venn diagram between Bernie voters and Trump voters is bigger than you think for that reason. Is because both candidates are seen as a fuck you to Washington, right? They're seen as a fuck you to the establishment. So there's a lot of people I know who voted for
here's the
Trump who
thing.
would have voted for Bernie instead, right?
The main reason why I think Biden won in 2020 is because after the fuck you vote, we're not going to just accept Hillary versus Jeb, and no matter what happens, we get the same thing just with different colors on it. We are going to choose something outside the paradigm, and they chose Trump. And they had 4 years of that, and a lot of people I think realized, oh shit, at least what's outside the paradigm in this instance was really fucking bad.
Yeah.
And maybe the paradigm it has a reason to exist. So I think that's why things swung back in 2020.
Yeah, they realized, oh no, we wanted change, but not this change, gang. Please help. And no, I think you're right. Let's get through as many people as possible. We only got a little bit of time left, so we're gonna rapid fire these extra high.
Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Ni howdy. What's up?
Well, first of all, Dev, thanks so much for staying some extra time. I'm
No problem.
on the West Coast over here, and I just got off work, so happy to
Nice.
have a chance to come in and say hello.
Hi.
And second of all, there's 106 people watching now on YouTube, and there are 16 likes. What is wrong with you? Get on.
I don't know why people don't like my shit. Like this is the thing. This is not new to my experience. They come and they watch.
You sound defeated, Wick.
I am defeated. I've tried different things to get people to click that goddamn like button, but for whatever reason, I'm stymied. But it's okay. They still watch, and I still get $5 from Artemis Fowl to say then explain the current swing back in favor of Trump. Dev, don't worry. We'll talk more, Artemis. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. But anyway, what do you got to say? Enough glossing me and enough glazing Dev here. You can suck our dicks later. But for now, tell us why you're here.
Well, I think I like we're all about changing our minds here in the Wick chat. So I'd like to see if I can push Dev a little bit about changing his mind when it comes to the idea that you need to censor and like teach a lesson. So that then others know what it was like to be censored in the first place. There was a few callers back now, but I'd like to push it on. That's all right.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know, first of all, if that can apply to populations rather than like single individuals, right? I can teach somebody that what they did was wrong by doing it to them and like having them experience it. But if I, as a singular actor, as a part of the left, have never done anything to censor and then get censored as a retaliatory act, then all you've ever done there is create another victim, somebody who already now hates the other side once again, and you continue that cycle of hatred. So what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I agree. Yes, you do have to do it on an individual level, right? So, for example, if you look at the people, the reason we had this conversation initially was because there were prominent left-wing Twitter accounts getting banned. One of them was that fucking squirrel person who's like ridiculous, right? They have done their share of censoring, and now that they are being censored, it's like, okay, maybe you can learn your lesson, right? You shouldn't just censor people who haven't done any censoring, even if they're aligned with other censors. That's true, yes.
Okay. And then secondly, they mentioned something about going back to war games and that there's no winning move in a war game. And I'm sure, being people of the internet, we're all familiar with the prisoner's dilemma. There's a couple weeks ago now a Veritasium video about it, and the prisoner's dilemma has winning outcomes. The first initial winning move is a tit for tat, where you only reply in kind to any offense that's done to you.
Yeah, I saw this video. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then but generous does better than that, right? Occasionally giving back in and saying, okay, this time I'm not going to attack back, even though you did to me. That does even better. So do you have any argument against that?
So, not really, because it does seem to be pretty much true. But even in generous, there is a point where you must strike back, and you cannot simply take it and take it and take it and take it eternally and then do nothing, right? Like even within generous,
Sounds like a skill
if
issue. You could take it eternally if you really try.
I think even for the generous algorithm, if it was faced with an algorithm that would simply attack it relentlessly without changing its strategy at all, it would still attack back. Like it was not eternally generous, right? So there has to be some limit where you say, you know what, I've given you a few chances, I've forgiven you a few times. Now you do actually have to be hit back. Like you can't. There's no pacifist option here, basically.
All right. Well, that's everything I had for you guys. I appreciate you so much.
We're doing rapid fire, gang. So Extra, thank you for calling in. I'll see you later.
Well, I see Soyaddle in the chat. I've seen. Is Soyaddle following me around? He's always in like things that I'm on.
Viewer. I don't know what to tell you.
Is he?
Yeah, he watches he's been on my show too, right? Like.
Okay. No, okay. Here to bring up the forbidden topic. I was on Food Shops' stream and he was there too. So I'm just like, is he following me? Is that what's going on?
He might be. I mean, that could be true. He could be a Wick viewer and following you at the same time, stalking you. I don't know, but Soyaddle is just he's a nice enough guy. Let me bring on Tom Jones. You're live.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, this is exciting.
This is rapid fire, so let's what you got?
Yeah. Again, I'm good. I would just say a big fan of you, Dev. Anyway, so this question could be very broad. I've only recently discovered you, Wick, but you seem cool too. I'll give you that. So, the question could be very broad. I'll try to keep it narrow. So, in society today, we've become increasingly secular. Non-belief in religion is on the rise, and I want to know if you guys think that is a problem, considering pretty much every society throughout history has been very religious.
What do you think, Wick?
I'm gonna be real. I didn't hear the question. I was looking at a DM. Can you repeat?
Oh, it was about people becoming less religious over time, and if that's a bad thing.
I think that it's had some negative consequences. I don't know overall it's bad. Like I hear all the time about people lacking community, about people being more atomized. I think that the going away from being religious is partly to blame for that. We used to meet every Sunday in a house of worship, at least in America, right? Less and less people are doing that. And I think that has had some negative consequences. I think that regardless of what you believe in the truth of a religion, the communal aspect of it is helpful in a lot of ways. Not always. There are some negatives to that too. But I think that a lot of people are seeing the reverberations of this destruction of communities. And partly that
sounds about right.
Due to religion. Yeah.
So do you think there's anything that atheists or more secular people can do to try and, retake that concept of community?
Yes. Get offline, right? And start actually meeting in person, right? A lot of the times what this would look like in non-religious circles is going to like community activist stuff, right? Like being involved in your community to make it better in other ways. Well, another benefit that religion had was the charity work it did. I remember being a young Mormon growing up, and I would go every summer, right? We would go and we would do hurricane relief things, and we would go as a church, right? As a youth group to go clean up the community centers, right? Or clean up the parks, or volunteer at nursing homes, etc. More of that without the religion would be grand. And so I think that, yes, a lot of people can, we need to incentivize people doing good for goodness's sake, right? Rather than doing good if it'll get me likes and updates on social media. But
yeah, I mean, atheists have a rough time with this because at least if you have God, then you have a commandment to do it, right? There's some sort of universal moral force that applies to everyone objectively, and you can't really argue against that because it's the ultimate moral arbiter, right? But with atheists, that doesn't exist. So it's much harder to get atheists to do some sort of community building without that moral force behind them.
Anything else before we let you go?
That's all. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your night.
Bye-bye. Thank you again.
Thanks, man.
$15 from Pondering Politics, who's blowing up on YouTube, by the way, to say...
Is he?
Yes. He's getting more views than I remember when I was a big boy, right? And I was inviting him on my platform, like, I got 5,000 subscribers. And now he's got, like, what, 80,000 or some shit? It's crazy.
He's got 107,000.
Yeah, it's blowing up, like I said. So he's doing well.
This is Ruminate,
Josiah.
right?
This is Josiah. Well, I think you've talked to Josiah before, have you?
Change his name from Ruminate?
Yes.
I think so.
Oh yeah, Ruminate. Yes, this is Ruminate. Ask.
I've spoken to him a little bit, but only privately and primarily knowing him as Ruminate.
Fair enough. Ask SFO to weigh in on Trump's legal argument today that he's entitled to absolute legal immunity even if he murders a political rival. Also,
that's ridiculous, obviously.
What is your favorite TV show? Have you seen the memes, by the way? I saw this guy make an AI generation of Biden SEAL Team 6 assassinating a dude, like shooting a gun or something.
I think I saw the meme. Yeah.
It was hilarious, right? Because that's the kind of, that's where that leads, right? If you think it's okay for a political person to kill their political rivals or order a hit on that, that's what's going to happen, right? And it's not a world I want to live in. So
it looks like Ruminate, you're doing like the daily, political take. I'm not comparing you to this person because for any moral reason. It's just a similar type of content, like the quartering, right? Where you put out a video or like 2 videos a day, and you just like kind of flood the algorithm with daily content, and it's working out for you. Good job, man. I'm looking at your channel now.
Man,
yeah,
like he's a
small video essays. Small video essays are like definitely a way to go. I was doing it for a while, and I got too fucking lazy. I've been too lazy recently.
Right, that's my problem. Is I enjoy doing this because I get to interact in a long form with people, and to send that to like 10-minute snippets. I don't know, but
yeah,
more powerful.
Well, I mean, I did it for a while. And I want to get back to it. I am 99% after watching Destiny go through the Methstony arc with the ADHD medication. And like knowing my own issues. I'm very convinced I probably have some form of adult ADHD, and I should probably try out. I should probably try out what he got himself on.
I don't
Not
know,
simply,
man. Like this
well,
is
here's
one of
the
those
thing,
things where you see it a lot, and then suddenly you start having the symptoms because that's all you're ever looking at and seeing.
No, I've had this for years, man. I've been like this for years and years and years. The self-diagnosis. Here's the thing, man. It's I spent years and years fighting through it and actually doing very well, because like there were times where I would leave the internet for like 3 months because something went down. Now I might have to take a day off if something bad goes down, right? There were times when like I couldn't focus on anything to get a video done. Like it took me like 2 months to get a video out. Now I've been able to like hit spurts of 1 a day or 1 every 2 days that last for a couple months, and then I like relapse back into old habits, right? I definitely hyper focus on video games for like 16 hours a day sometimes, and also coffee gives me that very calming effect when it makes most other people jittery. So
what's the most recent video game you've binged out on?
Project Zomboid.
Really, that good?
Yep.
I've been playing XCOM 2, and I've been busy. I've been spending more time making all the little streamer characters as the people, little XCOM agents, right? And making sure that they're decorated correctly and things like that. I don't know what that says about me as a gamer, but that's been most of my experience. And then I will play with them and see who dies first, etc.
Right. Your chat is saying social contagion. Here's the thing. It's not social contagion because I've recognized this in myself for over 10 years now. I just haven't been able to fully put it together until I watched Destiny go through. Like, he had the same symptoms. He went through a very similar process. And like, you can say like copycat stuff because it's like a streamer you watch and it's like, I understand that. There's definitely some danger of that. But the fact that the symptoms he described were so similar to mine. It's like maybe and here's the thing, you can go on for medication for a month and then be like, this ain't for me, and then stop. You're going to stay on it forever, guys. Like, it's not, it's one of those things, right? So I might give it a go.
Medication will depend.
Most
medications, going to get some
yeah.
opioids and some shit and start dialing that. I don't know.
I might give it a go and just see, like, if after a month, because like there's also some reports of people who go on ADHD meds and they report like losing all their creativity. I wouldn't want that to happen, right? So if that happens, I'll stop taking it. It's like, it's pretty easy. Okay, to answer the actual question though, Trump's legal argument today that he's entitled to absolute legal immunity even if he murders a political rival, like, that's fucking insane. Obviously, there's no fucking, even if like because of the way some old law is written or something, that's never going to hold up in court. Like, that's ridiculous, right? My favorite TV show, honestly, even though it's an anime, probably Attack on Titan. Because I really like Attack on Titan.
First season, I really liked it. I haven't picked
Honestly, it doesn't get good until season 2, and then it gets exponentially good every season through 2, 3, and 4.
Is it on Crunchyroll or whatever? I'll have to check
Yeah,
it out.
Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm pretty sure it is.
$5 more from Common Cure. Again, I'm prioritizing, since we're coming to the end, I'm prioritizing money. So if you pay me money, I'll ask. $5 from Common Cure to say, Dev, please explain your thoughts on small towns. You were shitting on them the other day, and I was wondering if you thought there was any hope for them.
Okay, so what he means when he says that I was shitting on them the other day is I put out this tweet. Let's see if I can find it real quick. I'll do like a quick search of town or towns. Yeah, okay, so I said that I grew up in a small town. Everyone was in your business. There was no privacy. Infrastructure rollout was slow. People move away like crazy due to lack of opportunity. Small businesses regularly die. Drugs are rampant. And my small town is now a ghost town. The town's one large employer finally pulled out, leaving everybody who stayed behind out of jobs. Alcoholism and drug use is skyrocketing beyond its already high rates. The place was on its deathbed even before that, though. There's no future in small towns. That was my take, basically. Because of my experience growing up in one. I moved away to the city because there was nothing for me there. And like half of my graduating class in high school moved away to some city somewhere in Canada, whether it's like Toronto or Vancouver or Montreal or Ottawa or wherever, right? They moved to some city. And so did I. And then the half of them stayed behind. And the half that stayed behind, the half of that half, like, they're now druggies and they've like lost their kids. I have them all on Facebook, so I'm like keeping track of the old drama back there. Half of the half that stayed behind are addicted to drugs or alcohol. A lot of them have lost their kids. There's like public fights breaking out and people, like, it's just trashy stuff. And then the remaining half that actually did have steady jobs and were doing okay for themselves, well, the town's one employer just pulled out. And now there's no jobs. And everyone lost their jobs. And it's like, I understand that there's the right wing has this very nostalgic view of the peaceful small town where everything's a little bit slower and everyone's friendly. That might be true some places, but in my experience, it's not true. In my experience, small towns are just places of despair.
I grew up as a military brat, right? So I don't have no experience with city versus small town. I was always on a military base of some sort, right? Growing up for most of my childhood. Since I have grown up, however, and have lived on my own, I'm now 40 fucking years old, I have lived both in the city and I have lived in very, very small communities, right? My preference is to live in the small community and visit the city. But that's something where I have a job outside of my local area, right? So, doing streaming. I can do that from the city or I can do that from the small town. I prefer doing it from the small town because less people bother me. I like the feeling of being kind of away from it all. And if I need social interaction, which I do on occasion, I'll drive in and I'll slum it in the city. I don't know. That's my
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I live like 10 minutes from downtown where I am, and I am actually moving cities in the spring, and where I'll be moving is about half an hour from outside of downtown. So like I'm still like in the city. I can still access all the amenities of the city, but it's like a quieter part of it, you know? So, yeah.
Cool. $5 more for Fondue is Wicca Tactics Gamer. Also, please watch Freerun Beyond Journey's End. I might watch
That's
that.
an anime. That's an anime.
I do like tactics games.
Okay, the current elf waifu who has the silver hair and the smug face, that's from the one that's on Twitter everywhere right now. That's Freerun Beyond Journey's
I
End,
don't
yeah.
follow the same people you do. I don't see it unless it's a you tweet. To be very
Okay, I'll make sure to retweet them.
Oh, well, thank you. $5 more from Artemis Fowl. Say, I object to the characterization of the immunity argument and the stupid phrasing used by the donator and Dev. And $5 more from Artemis Fowl. There's nothing to argue. The immunity arguments made by the donator and Dev did not take place as described.
So here's the thing. I know that this is related to Pondering Politics. I've been arguing with Artemis in private now over the Jan 6 stuff. And I was like, Artemis, listen, you've been sending me all this evidence. I don't believe your evidence after examining it. I've seen Destiny talk to like Aiden Paladin, who walked in with nothing and got destroyed. All right. I saw Destiny talk to Rob Knorr, who did better than Aiden Paladin, but still, got destroyed. But Artemis is unironically presenting to me more evidence of the Trump side of the January 6th and election conversations than I've seen from anybody before. All right. So I do think that speaking to Artemis about this topic is worthwhile.
I think he's the
I still
final
think
boss of it.
I think Artemis is fundamentally wrong about them, but he's actually bringing evidence that I haven't seen anyone talk about before, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So that's why I've said hey, listen, Artemis probably should talk to Brianna Wu at some point. Artemis probably should talk to Pondering Politics at some point. I tried to set up Artemis versus Destiny, but Artemis wouldn't do it.
Artemis, what are you doing? Come on,
Artemis.
Come on, you look. You're a reasonable guy. You're a rational guy. You're a civil guy. We need more of that in this space. Less screaming autistically, and more civil, reasonable. Here's evidence, and we can argue over the evidence. That would be great. And Pondering Politics is down for it, right? We could do a Pondering Politics versus the world thing if you want. Like,
do you want to do Artemis Fowl versus Pondering Politics? That'd be interesting.
Yes.
Because I Pondering Politics. I don't know if you heard me. I'll just repeat it very quickly. Artemis, of the people who are on the pro-Trump side of January 6th in the 2020 election, Artemis is probably the most reasonable person I've seen, more so than anyone that Destiny's debated on his channel or that usually do these sorts of debates. Artemis does seem to be the most reasonable person of that side, even though I think he's wrong. Still, he has better arguments and he brings up more evidence than any of them.
And this is to you, Dev, and I can set this up with you. But if I think that to add to that, and I'm not sure where I'd rate them, but are you familiar with a streamer, a small libertarian streamer named Lactoid?
No idea.
He's another. He's a practicing lawyer, right? And he has a very good grasp. We did a discussion last year. I say that is a long time ago. At the end of December, with Pisco, Pondering Politics, Lactoid, and a couple others about the Trump removing the Trump from the ballot in Colorado. Right? He brings facts. He brings figures. He's a pretty reasonable guy. So you might enjoy, if you enjoy Artemis Fowl, you might enjoy him too. Not to say you're not a great guy, Artemis Fowl. We like you, Artemis Fowl. I'm just want to broaden our horizon.
See, here's the thing, right? Like, I do not know much. I mean, I know some about American law, but I'm no expert, right? My wheelhouse has always been political theory and to a lesser extent history, and then of course video games, right? But that's unrelated to politics. But political theory and history is my thing. Like I can sit here and tell you the entire life story of Antonio Gramsci off the top of my head. I cannot tell you whether or not any of these indictments are 100% going to go for Trump or not, you know?
Yeah, like I keep telling Artemis Fowl, even when he calls in, like, I'm not a lawyer. I can't argue these. I don't know, right? I just don't know, and I'm not going to pretend I do. Artemis Fowl, another $5. I will inevitably be sided with by the courts, and why Destiny will be mad and blame the corrupt, quote unquote, Supreme Court.
You think so? So, because here's the thing, like, let's say that the best possible scenario is that the Georgia RICO case completely falls apart because of what Artemis Fowl presented at the start of the stream. right? The person appoints her boyfriend, and it was improper, and something actually comes out of the meetings with Biden, and like, let's say that everything falls apart, right? So the Georgia RICO case is now out. Isn't there still 3 more indictments against Trump? I'm pretty sure there's at least 3 more, and the documents one appears to be ironclad against Trump. So I'm just sitting here thinking, like, even if Georgia RICO falls apart because of what Artemis presented earlier, like, that's only one angle of attack against Trump right now.
Yeah, but the classified documents case has the most favorable judge, Aileen Cannon, so it's entirely possible between that and a favorable jury pool that even though they have the dead to rights on the case, jury nullification could get in the day.
Well, first of all, hello, Josiah, Pondering Politics. Welcome to the show. You're going to be our last caller, by the way.
Hey,
wait, no, Artemis is in the chat. They'll bring him in. Okay. We'll do it right now.
Do it right now.
Hi, Artemis.
What's going on?
Hey, dude, what's up?
Oh, I was just hanging out. Also,
you're in the room, same room. Josiah, meet Artemis.
Hey, we talked before. What's up, buddy?
Wait, have you guys really?
Actually, on my show, yes. I believe
really?
during a call.
Neat.
Oh, is this the guy that said that the crew people that brought the Colorado case were nonpartisan?
That they are a nonprofit.
Yeah, that was not correct.
No.
Hold on. Well, that they are a nonprofit, but they were no. The argument was that they were partisan, not that they were nonprofit.
So you were the guy who said the Democrats brought the case, even though it was
correct. It was media. It was
because it was Republican and independent voters who, by the way, are famously not Democrat. Republicans are famously
the one Republican voter that seems to be voting in every state somehow and is bringing the case by a company owned by Media Matters.
I don't know. So okay, they're not the party to the case. It's the Republican
voters. They found a guy that would push it. Yes.
They're
Thank you.
taking up the case on behalf of Republicans and independents. You want to frame this as a strictly partisan issue.
It is a partisan issue. Everybody can see it. That's why it's being thrown out everywhere else.
So wait a minute. So it's a partisan issue when Republicans and independents bring the case?
When Media Matters shops around and finds one guy that's willing to be
it doesn't matter that they shop. It doesn't matter that they shop around. Republican voters and independent voters brought the case. By definition,
you keep saying independent and Republican voters. They literally found so many.
Okay, I should clear this up. So Republicans are the people who vote typically for Trump. Okay, Democrats are a different party.
Okay, come on, guys.
You could do whatever you want and say that, but everybody else.
I understand. I understand.
Like all these other state rulings.
So Donald Trump is a Republican, if that helps. He's not a Democrat.
He's not even a Republican at this point. I don't even know.
No, he is a Republican. See, so you struggle with words. It seems to me.
I think.
Oh my God! Why is it becoming personal?
Because he lied. He lied to people on fucking.
This guy's lying right now, saying that Donald Trump is not a Republican, even though he's running as the Republican candidate. He was the Republican.
Is Bernie Sanders a Democrat?
And in 20, no, he's a registered independent who caucuses with Democrats.
Oh,
do you understand
fucking
what words
weird.
Are? So
That's
is Donald Trump an independent or a Republican?
I would say
he's a Republican.
I would say he runs in the Republican candidate.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Hold on. Hey, Hassan.
Oh my God.
Hey, Hassan.
Okay.
Hold on. He's doing Hassan Piker's bullshit of arguing some tangential shit that doesn't matter.
Is Hassan Piker's bullshit using like facts, logic, and definition?
No, it's definitely not. It is definitely
not. What the hell.
Okay, hold on. Can I jump in here?
Has to do with anything.
Guys, can I jump in here?
Let Dev maybe be the centrist that he was born to be.
The centrist? Okay. I mean,
go ahead.
It's very clear that Donald Trump is a part of the Republican Party. However, it's also very clear that he has no.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Wait. Let me finish.
Could you tell that? I just want Artemis to make sure he heard that. You heard that.
However, it's also very clear that Donald Trump has no real allegiance to it, and if it served his purposes, he would leave it.
Correct.
So what Artemis Fowl should have said is that Donald Trump is not conservative, and he's not conservative. I would agree, but he is a Republican. Republican is part of a political party. Donald Trump is the leader of the Republican.
I understand this is Hassan Piker fucking thing to do in an
Again,
argument.
Artemis Fowl. You
I'm
should
gonna
probably
tell.
ditch the name because
Hold on.
Artemis Fowl was supposed to be a teen genius, and you're
hold
an
on.
adult idiot.
Hey,
so
hey,
you should find a
Wick,
different name.
Well,
Wick,
Okay.
Don't make it
Hey,
personal,
hold on,
guys.
Gang.
I love
If we're
that
gonna
answer.
do this,
I
if
love
we're gonna do this,
hold on.
throwing the elbows. It's
Hold
fine.
on.
It's cool.
both of you
Wick,
stop. Both of you
Wick,
stop.
Wick,
I
got a
would
question for
love
you.
to have this as an actual kind of back and forth. I don't think that now is the best time for it when we're closing down,
hold on.
because we're about to get a whole lot of.
Well, actually,
I need to say
let
something
me-
because you told me I could after I waited for Dev.
Well, okay, sure, go ahead. But then I have something I'm going to say as well. So.
There was a statement at the end of his stream about the Colorado Supreme Court decision, and that it was brought by a nonpartisan organization, and that was claimed here on the stream to you. Wick.
What was the organization?
It was Crew
Citizens
something.
for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
So I would.
They're an
hold on.
anti-corruption watchdog.
Yeah, and
Are they actually nonpartisan?
No, that was the lie.
They are actually. They are led by a Bush era Republican. He struggles with the word, but a Republican is not a Democrat. And they go after Democratic corruption too. There just happens to be more corruption on the Republican side than the
and
Democrat.
this was the Bot and Bailey.
Mott and Bailey.
Mott and Bailey.
There we go. So after looking into it and looking at all of the receipts and everything for it, Media Matters actually owns Crew. They actually they're in the same building. Have multiple people that in the same organizations working in different parts of each. Is that true? It is. So it is not a nonpartisan organization. It is ran by Media Matters. It gets funded by Democratic. What do you call it?
Donors.
Like dark money. Yeah, donors.
You're talking like Act Blue stuff, basically.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So it's not a nonpartisan group. I don't know why people keep claiming that just because there's a Republican in it. That is just covered.
There's a Republican.
What is the name of it again? I'm gonna look up real. What's the name of it again?
Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
Okay.
I had a big issue with this because I don't like when people try to couch obviously partisan hackery behind a veneer of nonpartisanship. That was my hearing.
I understand. So he takes issue with the fact that it's led by a Republican and the cases in question have been brought by Republican and independent voters. No. But because he's a MAGA cultist, he can't cope with that.
I have never voted for Trump.
It's all partisan. Well, then you
never
shouldn't
voted
have
for
a problem. Then you shouldn't have a problem reconciling this. If an organization goes after corruption, including Democratic corruption, you should see what they have to say about Senator Bob Menendez, an elected Democratic senator. If they're led by a Republican, and if the cases in question are brought by Republican and independent voters, then it's probably fair to say it's nonpartisan. Just because it's against Trump, maybe there's actually a valid case against Trump.
Now we're gonna
hold on a second.
We're gonna let Dev go, and then we're gonna let Artemis go. Go ahead.
The donors to Crew include such groups as Democracy Alliance, which is a network of progressive mega donors, Service Employees International Union, which is a union in Canada and the United States featuring service workers or representing service workers, the ARCA Foundation, which is a progressive American philanthropic foundation, and the Gill Foundation, which is an LGBT foundation. I mean, even if founded by a Republican, it does seem to be funded primarily by left-leaning sources.
It is. It is not a nonpartisan organization. This is just a fucking.
So what is nonpartisan?
It is.
Artemis? Let's clear it up. Go ahead.
It is Is Media Matters a nonpartisan organization?
What does nonpartisan mean to you? Because maybe we have a difference.
Stop, both of you. What? Okay, to rephrase the question, can you give us an example, Artemis, of a nonpartisan organization, in your opinion? What would you consider nonpartisan?
Jesus. Let's see. The DMV.
The
DMV is a government agency. What
Sure.
What about a political organization? Clarify.
A political organization. Fire would be one.
I'll give them that one.
What's
Fire?
I've
never heard of that.
The Fire.org. It's a free speech organization, foundation of individual rights and expression. It takes left, right, and center. Though a lot of people have accused them of being right-leaning because some of their donors are from the right.
Some of them.
Okay. Do you have
Not
another
all
one?
of them. SPJ, the Society of Professional Journalists, would probably be another one.
All right. So here's my question. If we go through this in real time, can we find examples of allegations where or credible evidence where the nonpartisan groups that you list skew towards a particular political affiliation. Because here's my point. I want to be very clear about this. I do not mean to suggest that Crew's output is neutral in the sense that for every Republican complaint, they have a Democrat complaint. I want to be very clear about that. They go after Republicans more than Democrats. The reason I call them nonpartisan is that they will go after Democrats when they think Democrats are guilty of corruption. Bob Menendez is a great example. What I think you're struggling to deal with, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe you have good examples to the contrary, is that right now there tends to be more corruption within the Republican Party than there does the Democratic Party, which is why you don't see this artificial balance.
Where do you have evidence for that claim?
I can give you examples.
Evidence, like numbers. Like, I don't need fucking anecdotes. Why do you keep saying that?
You're giving me anecdotes when you talk about the partisanship. You're like, no. I don't think they're nonpartisan. They skew too much towards the left. And then some of the examples that you just provided, apparently the perception is they skew to the right. I don't have hard data to. How would I compute that?
I'm confused.
Well, first of all, I'm going to be a WIC partisan. JMac, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Really appreciate you. Congratulations to all those who get those memberships. Anyway, carry on.
I'm confused. Isn't Media Matters the organization that tried to get all of the stuff pulled from X by intentionally fucking with the algorithm to put advertising next to Nazi tweets?
Also, hey, JMac. Wick, you know who JMac is?
The answer is yes.
I don't know who he is individually, but I know he comes around sometimes and says hi.
JMac is the Adam and Sitch mega whale.
Oh, the mega whale, the Adam and Sitch mega whale. Well, look, throw some of that whale action my way, buddy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Really appreciate you.
Yeah.
JMac, I'm streaming tomorrow. Join me, JMac.
So the fact that Media Matters backs Crew makes them partisan.
I would say
no.
I would say you.
Well, let him answer. Let him answer. Like, because you asked him a question, he's trying to answer. Let him answer.
He asked. Okay, well, he can ask the full thing, but I think he got the point across. He's asking if something is sponsored by something, does that make it innately partisan? But the fact is that Media Matters and Crew both have multiple people from that work in both companies, and the lawyers are pushed. The Media Matters lawyers are in the Crew case.
You can, since you talked about evidence, can you send me that link?
Yeah, let me actually. Rick, do you still have that?
Man, you sent me like 20 links, dude. I probably do. It's probably there. I'd have to look for it. I'm trying to wrangle YouTube right now. Okay.
So the socialist answer to this is that as long as money's changing hands, they're inherently corrupt and it's eternal, and that's just how it is. And that everything is political, nothing can truly be nonpartisan, and
listen, I'm fine. I'm fine with that, Al. If that's your definition of what a nonpartisan is, I'm fine with that. It's very strict, but I'm fine with it. The reason I said they're nonpartisan is because they will go after instances of democratic corruption as well. I use Bob Menendez as a great recent example. That's why I said they're nonpartisan.
I don't like the concept of they get one off. Like one Democrat for every 1,000 Republicans or whatever. That's nice.
Is that what the ratio is?
I have no idea. But the I've seen Media Matters do this.
Wait, what if the ratio is like 55 to 45%? I don't know the ratio, to be clear. But if the ratio is like 55% of the people that get got by them are Republicans and 45% are Democrats, is that close enough to suggest nonpartisanship to you, or is it too much?
I think anything like 70-30 would be fine. Like I don't
really.
Okay.
So I don't have a breakdown of the cases. I don't. All I know is that yes, they go after Republicans more, but they have gone after Democrats as well. They are or were led by a George W. Bush former employee, a Bush era Republican. Now, Media Matters, that's a different organization. If you want to make allegations about Media Matters, I'm fine with that. I'm not nearly as conversant on Media Matters, and they're not a party to the lawsuit. As far as the lawsuits are concerned, the reason that I made a big deal about this, if I remember our first conversation, is because the lawsuits are being brought by Republican and independent voters. That matters.
I need to look into that.
Well, I found something. I found something that's relevant. Okay, so right on the Wikipedia page, basically from 2005 and 2014, their annual reports named 25 corrupt Democrats and 63 corrupt Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be 28% Democratic, and then whatever the other amount is.
When did Media Matters buy?
I don't know. Let's see.
Crew? You're gonna find out that number is gonna line up pretty quickly.
But to kind of interrogate you, Pondering.
I
for
sent
a moment,
both of them to you, by the way.
to interrogate you, Pondering, for the moment.
Sure.
Under that definition of going after the other side, and as an astute Wick chatter pointed out, would that make Fox News nonpartisan because they sometimes will go after Republicans as well?
I would say that Fox News has a a conservative bent. But this was my point when we go back to nonpartisan. As I said probably 15 minutes ago, if Artemis wants to say that Crew has a favorable perception of Democrats because they criticize Democrats less often, I'm sympathetic to that. I just think that that to me doesn't contradict nonpartisan unless you have an extremely strict view of what nonpartisan is, which is for every complaint you have against a Democrat, you have to bring one against a Republican and vice versa. I do not contest that Crew spends more time going after Republicans than Democrats and never suggested otherwise. The reason I said that they were nonpartisan is because they're an anti-corruption watchdog group that will persistently go after corruption even from Democrats. They just don't go after Democrats as often. I would argue that that's a function of Republicans just being more corrupt.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with it is obviously it's ran by Media Matters. It is looks like
I can't find when they purchased it though. I can't find that.
It's 2015.
Is it? Do you have that?
There was a what do you call it? An article that came out saying, "Look who now owns it," or whatever the fuck, or aligned with it. I have to go find it again.
Okay, that sounds good if you can find it.
So again, I'm fine with that, but it was Republicans and independents who brought the case. It's not just liberals bringing this case.
I don't know why you think that means anything. They found a fucking
why? Wait, why do I think that it matters? That
no, it doesn't matter.
Wait, what case are you even arguing?
We're talking about the Colorado removal of Trump from the ballot.
Yeah, so Artemis is saying that Democrats and the left bringing this stuff against Trump, and my position is it's a bit more nuanced than that because Republicans are the ones making the claims in court. He says it doesn't matter because Crew is the one backing them. Sure.
So I got a question for Dev and Wick.
Okay,
so if a single person cannot sue for fraud in the 2020 election individually as a voter, why would they be able to sue in a primary to get somebody off the ballot? Because they would have no standing either way.
It doesn't seem like they should be able to.
Before you answer that question, I'm sorry, because it sounds like we're going on to a different thing.
No. That just came into my head, and I wanted to get that out before I put there. But yes.
So what I recall is that in 2020, some of the lawsuits were thrown out for standing, and the standing was you can't have a random Joe just sue. Yes. And it's like, okay, that makes sense. And if it is equivalent, then I guess it would make sense here too. Yeah.
And the answer is you can literally find a random person as the front face to a lawsuit by a large corporation. That's why it doesn't matter who they find for this primary issue, is because they could literally just pay anybody to do it.
I understand, but the court decided to hear the case. The court went through the process of arguing it and writing out their opinion. What about the actual merits of the case? Do you say because at the end of the day, this is the same problem I had when people were talking about the plagiarism things. Like, a Republican brought that, so we have to ignore that. A Republican brought that to the forefront. I don't give a shit. Are the allegations true? Does the case have merit or does it not? I don't care about the message. I don't care who is bringing it at the end of the day.
There's no merit in the case.
Wick, can we point out one thing? So the crux of the disagreement, at least the one that he brought to me in this conversation, is he doesn't think it matters. It doesn't. It basically this is still a scheme by the left and the Democrats. Republicans play no role in this. Apparently, no Republican challenges Donald Trump's eligibility under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. It is purely Democrats and the left, because he says that the fact that Republicans are filing suit doesn't matter when they've got a left-leaning nonprofit behind them.
Yeah.
Do you think
Artemis,
it matters?
Well, first of all, Artemis, do you think that's a fair recounting of your position?
It's sort of, because I can't remember what state Supreme Court said it, but they literally threw it out because of this, because it was obviously a bid just to get somebody removed off the ballot. That's what it was. And I'm trying to figure out which state it said it in so I can use it. Is it Michigan?
Please,
yeah, Michigan said that because they pointed out that they are literally a partisan organization that pushed this specifically because...
Well, that's why we have a Supreme Court to adjudicate
yeah.
when different courts...
And that's where it's going to go, and that's why it's going to get struck down, because regardless of who took it up, they never should have. It's going to get wiped out.
So, Wick, my question to you is it possible for Republicans, some Republicans in this country, some conservatives in this country, to genuinely believe that Trump is ineligible under the 14th Amendment?
I know them, right? I know that that's the thing.
Okay.
Though I do like it, the fact that both of you are asking me questions to snidely respond to each
apparently,
other.
Apparently,
like,
this is a
well, Wick,
fight
what
for
do you
your
think
soul.
about this?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to frame my opponent's argument in the worst way possible. But no, I think it's funny. But
So, Artemis, is there... So he believes that there are people in this country, conservatives and Republicans, who do genuinely believe Donald Trump is disqualified under the 14th Amendment, which is my position. Do you agree or disagree?
I think there's probably people out there that do.
Okay. And I don't see at this point what the beef is. I think that we have gotten as asymptotically close to consensus over who's behind this. I agree that certainly it would favor the Democrats, this particular outcome, over the Republican Party in general. But my position is that these suits, it does matter that Republican voters are bringing the suit, that it's not... We have no evidence that their feelings are insincere or that it's just some sort of elaborate scheme. Crew probably has motivated reasoning. They think Donald Trump is corrupt. They probably also think he is ineligible under the 14th Amendment. And there are Republican and independent voters who feel likewise. I think that matters.
Let me give you an olive branch, right? If a organization that was without actually nonpartisan and didn't really have any backing from a obviously partisan source brought this case and succeeded, it would have a lot more weight behind it. The problem is that they chose an organization that was backed by Media Matters, because it's ran by Media Matters, with people from Media Matters in the organization, is caused doubt to be produced in this court case. And that is the issue you're going to run. You're going to see this come into the Supreme Court case, is that it's going to be pointed out.
But here, the Artemis, like, I don't think... I cannot think of a scenario where it wouldn't cause a sizable portion of the Republican Party to doubt the merits of it, just simply based on the accusation. I cannot think of any organization that brought this forward. Like, even if Liz Cheney, right? Remember when Liz Cheney and all those Republicans voted to impeach Trump, and immediately they were decided, oh, these aren't real Republicans. Like,
so
that's
what
if
a person just hired an attorney from a regular, like, lawyer's office and then did this?
Yeah, I think that people would just be like people would find
well, I mean, they would struggle. It would wouldn't be nearly as easy. It'd be really fucking hard.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you I'm not sure what you mean there. Out of curiosity, since Wick brought up Liz Cheney, Liz Cheney recently came out and admitted or confirmed she thinks that Trump is disqualified under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Do you agree? Do you think that think that her beliefs are sincere?
No. Oh, well, hold on. I believe that she sincerely hates the man and probably thinks so. And look, she would believe it. I don't doubt her beliefs. I mean, he shit all over her father. She has every reason to hate him. So it would probably be colored in that way.
Do you think it's possible that let's say she hates him. Do you think it's possible it's because of his actions, not because he insulted her father?
There's no way to tell. That would be a mens rea thing, and I won't.
Well, you just speculated as to her mens rea.
No, she definitely hates him. She sacrificed her seat She sacrificed her seat as a congressperson to destroy him in the January 6th thing. That she dedicated herself to that. She said
I
she was going to destroy him get him off the ballot.
You were willing to speculate that the reason was because he insulted Dick Cheney, her father. So you were happy to speculate that that was the reason.
Correct.
I'm
Because
asking
it's easy.
you, is it possible that maybe
Let me
as
try
a
it this way.
conservative... Go ahead.
Let me try it this way. Someone joins the military, they go off to the foreign country, and they fight the war, and they kill a bunch of the enemy, right? Do they do that because they love their country and want to put their lives on the line and destroy its enemies? Or are they doing that because they hate those people and want to kill those people?
I think it's slightly different reasoning because Liz Cheney hated Trump before January 6th.
No, she did not.
She definitely fucking did. I don't know where
No,
you're
she
not.
didn't.
There are.
What do you think?
There are
So-
several
so do you think-
indications that she said.
Do you
she
think it
hated him.
matters? Do you think it matters? Let me ask you this: how a congressperson behaves or how they vote. Do you think these are reflections of support or opposition?
Bryce, can you say that again?
Do you think how a congressperson, any congressperson, Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter, how they behave, who they support, and how they vote, do you think these things matter?
Yes, for the most part.
He voted with Donald Trump 93% of the time, higher than Jim Jordan, higher than Mike Johnson. She put her money where her mouth was. She voted for him in 2016. She voted for him in 2020. And when she served in Congress while he was president, 93 times out of 100, she backed his legislation. It was one of the highest Republican ratings while Trump was in office. She was a dutiful soldier until January 6th.
Okay. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we have the voting part of that, right? You said there was two other things, right? How they conduct themselves and how they. Okay, what was the other one?
And how they vote. How they vote, how they conduct themselves, who they support.
So Liz Cheney did not support Donald Trump at all in terms of like outside of voting, right? Because she's definitely a log cabin Republican. She's made her statements clear that
So outside of the one way of support that actually matters, she didn't support.
Okay, here's the issue, right? Most of Trump's legislation wasn't created by Trump. It was created by other Republicans, right?
Who was going to get the credit for it? Trump,
I guess.
No, it's not. Listen, this is the beef. It's not an I guess. When legislation passes under it's the president who gets the credit. That's just how our politics works, whether that's right or wrong. And you could easily make the argument that once you get to the nuts and bolts, that's wrong. That's how it works. She backed Trump's legislation 93% of the time, more than the vast majority of not just Congress, but even fellow Republicans. She voted for him for president twice. What do you have prior to January 6th to indicate her strong opposition that is meaningfully counterweights what we just described?
Okay, hold on. When did Trump call Dick Cheney a loser, or is it coward? Let's see. Was it? No, that seems way too.
Are you sure you're not thinking of John McCain?
Was it McCain?
Trump called a lot of people.
It was McCain, it was John McCain, not Cheney.
But to be fair, it's an easy mistake to make because Trump has said a lot of really bad shit about a lot of.
They're both.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that he also shit on her dad too.
It's just possible.
I mean, he might have. He shit on a lot of people. Let's be honest.
He did. He did.
No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think this is a mix-up because I know Meghan McCain, after her dad got shit on by Trump, she like immediately turned on Trump, and she did so long before January 6th.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. That is not my recollection of Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney was a dutiful soldier with how she voted as a member of Congress.
In 2016 to 2020, most definitely.
Yeah.
And again, the reason I brought it up is because her and the other Republicans were immediately cast out and immediately castigated as never Trumpers, as all
rhinos. She was the third in command of the House Republican Conference. She had the job that currently Elise Stefanik has.
Oh, I know.
And she was censured by the Republican Party as a result of her opposition to Trump post January 6th. So no, I'm not saying that means you have to accept the merits. It's entirely possible that there is a relatively bipartisan coalition of anti-Trumpers, and that doesn't mean you're obligated to believe that they're right. I'm just telling you, it is a fact, and it is a fact, that it's not just Democrats. It is mostly Democrats, but there is a sizable portion of lifelong conservatives and former Republican officials who despise the man, and for legitimate reasons. Not just because he insulted their dads.
Last word, Artemis. And I'd like to have this in a more long form, but I know that...
Actually, yeah, because I wanted to talk about the January 6th committee.
Yeah.
Artemis and I, so Artemis and I, you and I have been talking for like a week now about the January 6th committee, and they've been some fun conversations.
How about this? Next week I'm putting my schedule together. You guys tell me when you can make it, and I'll set some time, and we can do the January 6th thing.
I am procrastinating right now like you wouldn't believe. We're all here. Let's just chat for like half an hour. Let's just listen.
Yeah, I'm hungry, dude.
Whoever is under. You don't have to just be here.
Actually, hold on.
Artemis and Devin, I've got it.
We can TLDR it really quick. So basically, Artemis, you and I were arguing. Artemis, let me know if I'm mischaracterizing you. Okay, you think the January 6th committee is not valid for two reasons, as far as I understand, right? And one reason is because it was based. Well, first of all, one reason is because evidence from it was destroyed, and the second reason is because there were no Republicans on the committee, or there were like rhinos on the committee, and not actually McCarthy's 5 picks, right? Is it those two reasons?
I would actually say that Liz Cheney and the other guy were probably more Republican than the actual Republican Party is now.
Okay.
The issue is you can't call Liz Cheney a rhino because Republicans stood for blood and oil. Like,
okay, fair enough.
They would go and fuck up the other country.
There was I'll rephrase. There were no like pro-Trump positions on the panel. Then.
No populist types, yeah.
Yeah. And so therefore,
because Jim Jordan, who's the most notorious for,
I'm gonna get a drink. Keep talking.
Cross-examining witnesses, was not allowed on there. Is one of the biggest things.
And so when you and I argued about this, I said, well, it was because Jim Jordan was one of the guys being investigated by the panel, so it would be inappropriate for him to sit on the panel investigating the event when he was part of the event.
Yeah, and I criticized that because the panel, the J6 commission, didn't exist to state that they're investigating him before that decision was made. So
so your view, from what I understand, is that that's post hoc reasoning. It's like how did we know that Jim Jordan was involved in the situation before the panel was put together? So when Nancy Pelosi rejects Jim Jordan as a pick, how did she know that he was inappropriate to sit on the panel because the panel hadn't discovered anything yet?
Yeah, because there's no evidence of her reasoning. I mean, if she had it, she should have posted it at the time.
Right. And my view on that is basically that Nancy Pelosi is this cutthroat, lifelong politician who probably has her finger in every single pie in Washington, D.C. And there is no way she didn't know beforehand that Jim Jordan's name was going to come up in this committee.
Well, I believe because you got to remember that there was evidence, and just due to the reporting of the event, I'd have to go back into the timeline. But there were, I'm almost certain, allegations of Jim Jordan's impropriety with respect to Trump's schemes to overthrow the election prior to the formation of the January 6th Select Committee. Unless I'm wrong, it's possible, but I doubt it. That means that she had a sufficient predicate to think that Jim Jordan may be materially relevant to the scope of the investigation. I think that's a fair assumption to make.
So here's the thing. If that's true, though, because Artemis and I went through this, if that's true, she didn't say it at all. Because we went searching for, like, what did Nancy Pelosi say before the January 6th committee was formed? We went looking, and the only thing she said is she just said, I think he's inappropriate. His actions and his comments, she was very vague about it.
And I can only point to the Fox News nighttime things where he was on there talking about it, about the what he said to the president, and that was it.
Right. And I think that's some of the evidence I'm thinking of, because I remember people asking him, and there were a couple of awkward interviews. Like, did you ever talk to Donald Trump on January 6th? And he's like, well, I mean, I talk to the president all the time. It's a great viral moment.
I saw that. Yeah.
The big issue is that. Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, and by the way, Artemis, kidding aside, and this is why I didn't have a problem with this earlier. I
Mhm.
like throwing elbows, and Wick can tell you
Oh,
this.
it's
Like,
fun.
I love going off on Lactoid and back and forth.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
fun. So
No.
please
I
don't
miss
take it
the.
personally.
I don't.
Yeah,
I miss the blood
yeah.
sports days when I was actually known on the internet.
Well, right now you're known for being an Irish teen genius who.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was a horrible movie.
So, but without
It was,
revealing
it's
this, without
atrocious.
revealing the secret, Artemis had a different name back in the blood sports days, and he had a name for himself back then, which he abandoned.
A large
So,
name.
Oh
yeah.
God. Okay. All right. Well,
Oh,
I
are you
do
like
not
this
want to know. I'm just
crypto?
popping off. I'm just
Not for
popping
good
off on
reasons.
YouTube. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Um,
So go ahead. Go. Keep
No,
going.
I was just gonna say. So in conclusion, I would offer as a counter proposition to your point that Pelosi never gave reason explicitly. Maybe she felt it would have been inappropriate to kind of like precast Jim Jordan's going to be under investigation. I'm not saying that that's the right way to handle it, but that makes sense to me.
So do you know who Eric Swalwell is?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember what the big committees he was on?
I believe it was Oversight and Judiciary, wasn't it?
I thought it was like intelligence, right? As well, House
Oh,
Intelligence.
there is a House Intelligence Committee, yeah. And are
He
you
was
going to
on there.
reference his fling with a suspected Chinese spy?
Yes. Yeah. So when they didn't remove him from an obvious relationship with a spy, Chinese spy, that never that was confirmed a relationship for a period of time. It doesn't really matter how long or they didn't even get into what they discussed at all. But that in and of itself, they never removed him from that committee at all during that period of time.
So
Right.
I would want to go back and fact check the details of that because number one, I don't know if it was ever confirmed that she was a spy. And number two, the extent and the timeline of the involvement probably does matter. But note that they didn't kick Jim Jordan out of the House Judiciary Committee or out of anything else. They just said that he couldn't be on this specific subcommittee. And I do think that's different than kicking somebody off a committee on which they already are. I do think that's different.
I don't know if Feng or Christina Feng or whatever her name is was ever confirmed 100%. But almost.
By the way, I just want to clarify. I do think that merits investigation. I'm not saying that means that you give them a blank check. You should investigate.
So normally, what happens in an investigation? I have a top secret clearance, secure compartmentalized information one. Whenever you're on an investigation for security issues, you lose your clearance temporarily, and you're removed from any jobs related to that until the investigation is over. That is the normal process.
Right.
So when they didn't do that, and he sits on classified boards and briefings still during that period of time, he wasn't removed until the Republicans took over, and he was denied his seat again.
So so he was removed from the committee once the majority changed hands. A couple of things I'll say again because you have me at a disadvantage here in the sense that I'm not intimately familiar with the story except the broad strokes. Number one, I don't think the House has anything to do with top secret clearance in the sense that I don't think they're the ones who give it. I think that's ultimately
no, they receive it. They receive
but he
would
the executive,
from
the executive branch. So I agree. What I'm saying is that's not Pelosi's call to make. That would have been the relevant executive branch agencies.
I think actually would be losing his clearance would be an executive,
right?
But removing him from that community would be her decision.
That would have been her call. Yes.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, I would need to know more about what steps, if any, were taken and what the rationale was.
Yeah.
But I could conceive of a situation where it's like, listen, she's a suspected spy. It doesn't look good, but we have no real evidence to suggest that you had engaged in any acts of impropriety. So we're not going to remove you from a committee on which you already are. In contrast, Pelosi could have been saying, based on reports, we do have some evidence to indicate that Jim Jordan was involved in whatever Trump was up to, legal or illegal, whatever, but the subject of the Let me put it like this.
Yep.
We're using Eric Swalwell. If there was an investigation into Eric Swalwell's mistress, Eric Swalwell should not be on that committee. If he's on the committee, he should be removed. If he wasn't on it in the first place, he should never be put on it. That's, I think, more comparable to what happened with Jim Jordan. In this case, Jim Jordan's Chinese mistress was Donald Trump. And so I think it's different.
So the issue would go to,
What a downgrade.
Yeah.
Well, I'll
because-
look at the details if you want them.
Yeah, go for it.
So basically, Christine Fang, she had been since 2012 cultivating contacts with politicians in California that the Chinese government had believed would yeah. Well, so they independently found something from the Chinese government saying that China took an interest in a list of Californian politicians, and Swalwell was on the list. And then this woman, Christine Fang, shows up and starts getting heavily involved out of nowhere, in his campaign. She was also cultivating contacts with everyone else on that list. So they didn't get her on being a spy, but she was doing all the things that a spy would do based on the document they got from the Chinese.
She also fled to an embassy and then got, returned.
Yeah, and then left. Yeah, then returned to China. Yeah.
Yeah,
So probably a spy. So what happened was she participated in his campaign in 2014, but in 2015, U.S. intelligence briefed him about possible spies, and then Swalwell said, "Oh shit, she's probably a spy," and then cut contact with her. And it turns out that Fang didn't even get any documents or any information from him during that time. That because here's the thing: she was involved in his campaign, but she was not involved with him after he got elected, and no information was leaked to her.
That's
during
way
their
less
involvement.
cool than I thought the story was. I thought he'd been sleeping with this Chinese chick who was taking.
I mean, he might have been.
Hold up.
Well, here's the thing: they discovered
that. He slept with her.
Well, they discovered that she had been sleeping with at least two of her other contacts that she had developed, but not necessarily him.
So if you were
wait,
caught...
hold on, Artemis, you said he admitted to sleeping with her. Is that true or not?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's true that he said that. Because he's let me go find that. Cat,
let's see.
Out of the way.
Fang had sexual relationships with two unidentified Midwestern mayors, but not with Swalwell. Though allegations persisted he was a national security threat by being associated with her. So I think it's because they did investigate him and they discovered that nothing was actually leaked, so they just kind of let it be. But I'm sure if they discovered, he's actually compromised, they probably would have taken him off that committee, and rightfully so.
Yeah, because here it says that Swalwell refuses to say if he had sex with Fang, claiming it's a matter of national security, not that he could share any details of their relationship.
You know, the fact that her name is Fang is like a James Bond movie, dude. It's great.
Well, they say Fang as in one.
You guys remember? I'm going to make a racist joke. Do you guys remember this isn't even a joke. This is a true story. The Chinese jet who rammed an American spy plane back in 1999, 2000, that kind of era.
I vaguely recall this, I think.
Yeah. The pilot's name, I shit you not, was Wong Wei. He went the Wong Way and ran.
That's good.
So let me ask you, Artemis, because I'm doing some last minute Google foo here.
Yep, go for it.
And that was also not a racist joke. That was just a kung fu reference to Google.
Just make the racist jokes. It's okay.
No. Listen, I'm popped again. I will not compromise my trajectory with that shenaniganry.
True.
So
I'm
will
not
it matter?
On a trajectory, though, so nothing to compromise.
Does it matter? Not yet. Just stop it. Does it matter to you that? So, according to Wikipedia, Destiny's favorite source, in May, mid-May 2019, or excuse me, May 19th, 2021, that was when they decided
to drop it, right?
No, that was when they decided to form the House January 6th Select Committee. About May 19th, 2021. Does it matter to you that in March 2021, Kevin McCarthy tried to remove Eric Swalwell from the House Intelligence Committee by passing a resolution? So, for context, they tried to remove Eric Swalwell from that committee 2 months before the committee, a separate committee, the House January 6th Select Committee, was launched, from which Jim Jordan was rejected. So, actually, it was Kevin McCarthy who made the first attempt at removal.
So the statement by McCarthy was because a person that had relations with a quote unquote spy, a clear issue with holding a clearance on the House Intelligence Committee. That is the stuff there as a leap of logic is almost non-existent. You could easily see why somebody would have an issue with somebody being on the committee. right?
Well, but I would argue the same. I would argue, I don't know where it measures, but I think that you could easily make the case for Jim Jordan, given
Mhm.
what we knew about Jim Jordan's relationship with Trump and on the events leading up to January 6th at the time.
Yep.
I think you could easily make the same justification that, listen, this guy might fall under the scope of the investigation, maybe not, but either way, we need to not give him a position to influence the investigation. And
So
they did it after,
Mhm.
McCarthy
Yeah.
tried to remove Swalwell. I think that matters.
Well, there was a recommendation.
Hang on, I'm sorry. My camera just kicked off, so I'll just be on
Oops.
audio.
Okay.
I've been using it.
I would
shit ton today.
say two things. One, that was a request that didn't go anywhere, which we know of. As for the J6 things, I'm going to make two different arguments. One is a knowledge-based argument. If you have reason to suspect that somebody is going to be implicated in the investigation for the quote-unquote attempted overthrow of the United States, you might want to put that out into the public. That way they can understand your decision-making. At least some of the evidence there, because if you didn't, you're going to get maligned with accusations of bias. The second thing is a pragmatic argument of, if you didn't have this evidence to throw out there, but you had suspicions, for the sake of looking nonpartisan in a neutral body trying to fact find, you don't get rid of the top Republicans that everybody likes out of the commission and deny them, because you're going to get an issue where we have it now, where the J6 is nothing but considered evil Satan on the right, and the average population or the average citizen of the United States doesn't actually give a shit about what it found.
So a couple of things. Number one, it wasn't a request. Kevin McCarthy made a formal resolution to remove Swalwell from House Intelligence Committee. It wasn't a request. He tried to get it done by force. He just didn't have the votes. Number one.
Correct. So it was when I say request, I mean like he proffered to do it, and Nancy said
he
no.
tried to do it, and if he had his way, it would have been done. He just didn't have the support for it. Number one. And again, he attempted it first, and it was also from a committee on which Swalwell was currently seated. Number one. Number two, I would argue that you wouldn't put that information out in the public prematurely, even if it casts a pall on the investigation. Like, why aren't you seating Jim Jordan? I agree that there's probably no satisfying way to do it, because if what you recommended was done, then it could be seen as prejudicing the investigation. Okay, what's your evidence? Well, we're not prepared to produce it yet because the committee hasn't gotten started. And by the way, we don't know where it's going. So the last thing we want to do is preemptively make accusations against a sitting member of Congress. I think you could easily make the argument that that was the responsible thing to do. And number three, which is the second point on this last part, is the reason that the committee ended up being so skewed is because Kevin McCarthy, Nancy Pelosi, who did not have to do this, he could have played hardball and said, I'm the speaker, Kevin McCarthy. You're my bitch. I'll just do whatever I want. Instead, as a gesture of good faith, she said, listen, let's do it 9/11 style. I'll pick 5 Democrats. You pick 5 Republicans. We'll get equal subpoena power, equal time, yada, yada, yada. And Kevin McCarthy offered 5 nominees. And Nancy Pelosi shot down 2 who were seen as potential witnesses or potentially involved in the situation. So she said, listen, those other 3, fine. These 2 can't do it. So can you pick some others? And Kevin McCarthy said, no, it's either my 5, the 5 that I named, or none at all. That was Kevin McCarthy's decision.
Because if you keep going and then I'll respond. That's fine.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Kevin McCarthy. It's not like Pelosi said you can't pick any Republicans or that there are no Republicans whatsoever. She said, "Give me 5. You just can't have these 2." And Kevin McCarthy refused. I would argue, given that there were hundreds, at least 150 Republicans in the House at the time. I can't remember the exact breakdown. I think it had to be close to 200. He had plenty of other options. That's McCarthy's fault, not Pelosi's.
I would say that you're trying. I say trying to. So you're looking at this in a vacuum, unfortunately. The Democrat side just got out of 2 different impeachment attempts, where the impeachment inquiry was basically rode through by one side, and so he attempted an olive branch by allowing pro-Trump voices onto the thing to give some balance to this committee, even though it was obviously the findings were going to be negative towards Trump and Republicans, but he was trying to provide some balance there. And once they were rejected, the 2 most liked and most favored Republican congressmen in the nation, the people that were removed from it, there was no no Republican was going to be satisfied with McCarthy and vote for him again if he allowed it.
Wait, so this is where, okay, so yes, impeachments tend to be partisan, right? Right
Yes.
now we're experiencing a partisan impeachment. The impeachment effort against President Clinton was partisan as well.
And Bush.
Impeachments are partisan by definition. Now, so I don't think that has any bearing on the January 6th Select Committee, because Pelosi said, well, let's do it bipartisanly.
Well-
Equal numbers, equal subpoena power. She just said that you can't have these 2. That's a reasonable request to make. And you say, well, they needed a pro-Trump voice. I reject the argument or the suggestion. I'm not saying you're arguing this, but the implicit suggestion of your argument is that there were no other pro-Trump voices besides Jim Banks and Jim Jordan who could have been put on that committee. And I just categorically reject that. There were 200 Republicans in Congress.
And would are 2 different things. So McCarthy chose the most respected Republicans in the nation to go on there that people liked, that they could be relatively sure that people would accept being on that committee, and that would give some good faith to it. So he picked people that would give some credibility to
How could it be? I'm sorry, I have to interrupt.
go ahead.
How could it be good faith if Jim Jordan is not only pro-Trump, which is fine, but he is potentially involved? They have reason to believe that he was involved with the efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
Well, let's go with this, right? So the other side is staffed with Democrats who have all unanimously tried to impeach Trump twice.
Sure.
Okay, so there was never going to be a nonpartisan in the way of.
I'm not asking for but wait a minute. I'm not asking for nonpartisan. I agree.
Yep.
I agree. You're not going to find neutral people.
Yes.
I'm saying they could have found other partisan Republicans who were pro-Trump that weren't potentially involved.
That the United States population had faith in. Like they
Are
only
you saying
know
that Jim Jordan's the only one to have that the United States has any faith in.
Actually, here's the issue. Trey Gowdy
let me hop in here. Let me hop in here, Artemis, because I mean Matt Gaetz was in the House, wasn't he? Isn't he like a well-known right-wing figure that people on the right trust? Like, why didn't McCarthy tap him?
Because Gaetz and McCarthy were going at it.
Yeah.
At that point.
Gaetz
okay, I mean, I don't know about that. Maybe
got him removed as Speaker of the House.
Correct. They were.
Well, sure, but that was later. That was like that was in
no. Gaetz
was later.
It's a long time coming.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, All right, fair enough.
Yeah, he was never an option. That even for his post when he wasn't like removing McCarthy from the position, McCarthy was removing him from like committee assignments.
Okay, right. So I looked into the 5 original picks that McCarthy brought up, and one of them was Troy Nehls, and Troy Nehls was never involved in Trump's plans, but he was very pro-Trump, and he did vote to have the ballots inspector or the electors inspector, whatever the case is. He was one of the guys who did that, but he wasn't involved in the the Eastman memo implementation, right?
Yeah.
So she didn't throw Troy Nehls off of the 5.
Yeah.
So Nancy Pelosi seemed to be willing to allow very pro-Trump voices onto this committee, just not the 2 that were involved.
I'm gonna go back to the Republican electorate know of Jim Jordan. He is a known quantity to them, right?
Let's see. Hold on. Most popular Republican House. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, that's a comment that people are making about Jim Jordan now. I think if you take the polling literally, that also puts Jim Jordan above Donald Trump, if I remember correctly when I covered Jim Jordan's attempt at a speakership. But listen, number one, I don't think that was the reason Kevin McCarthy offered at the time, because to be quite frank with you, until Dev pointed out that Troy Nehls was one of the names, I couldn't even remember the other three names. So it's not like they were, Kevin McCarthy was going necessarily for star power.
No, it's not. It's not star power. It's trust and faith in the system. You need trust and faith in a committee for people to believe the committee's findings. And because you remove the people that would give it the most legitimacy, you're going to the resulting is going to be distrust.
Well, here. How about this? So like, there's definitely a conspiracy worm in my brain that says Pelosi knowingly rejected the most popular Republicans in order to make this,
I don't know
just
about that.
just a witch hunt for the Democrats to go after Trump. That's a conspiracy worm. I mean, it's possible. I guess it's possible. But there's an alternate conspiracy worm though, where basically McCarthy put forward people
there are two worms.
that. Yes. McCarthy put forward people that he knew would have to be shot down because he didn't even want to be part of the proceedings at all, and that gave him a justification to pull out.
And painted as partisan as a result.
The issue is that there's no evidence of him knowing that was going to take place. There's evidence of him offering what he would normally offer, the leading Republican figure, which is Jim Jordan, a position that he asked for on the committee, and then they're getting rejected, and then saying, okay, well, this is obviously partisan and pulling out. Like, we have evidence for those two things.
I think I reject some of the premises there. Number one, I don't know if that was the reason that Kevin McCarthy offered Jim Jordan in the first place. And even if it is, I don't think that obligates Nancy Pelosi to accept Jim Jordan when there's sufficient reason to believe that Jim Jordan may be implicated in the scope of the investigation. Hang on,
sorry, go ahead.
I don't. No, because it's fine. The back and forth is good, but I just don't want to lose my train of thought here.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't think that Nancy Pelosi was obligated to give Jim Jordan that position while knowing that he may be implicated in the scope of the investigation. I think it's reasonable for Nancy Pelosi to say, listen, I'm kind of being generous right now anyway, doing this 9/11 style bipartisan commission and giving you all equal subpoena power. You have 200 members in your conference. You can find 5 pro-Trump names who are trusted by their constituents to put on here. You just can't put people on here who may be implicated in the scope of the investigation. And for Kevin McCarthy to just reject that out of hand and say, listen, no, it's Jim Jordan, Jim Banks, and these other 3, or none at all. I think that. Let me ask you this: what should Pelosi have done? Especially with hindsight.
If she wanted the J6 committee's findings to be considered anywhere credible, she should have had Jim Jordan on there. Regardless of whether or not he would have been called to testify, they could have that instance happen where the committee calls Jim Jordan to testify, and he just publicly says, "No, I'm not doing it." I would be fine with that.
I'm sure you would be. I just don't know. I don't think you would ever accept it if the shoe was on the other foot. Hey, give this Democrat witness who may be and put him in a position to influence the investigation in question with equal subpoena power. I don't think you would accept that, nor should you, quite frankly. That would be absurd.
We had to accept that during the Crossfire Hurricane and the special counsel for Robert. What was it? Robert Mueller.
Okay, before you get into that, I'm now an hour late and I have to go. Okay, before you get into that, here I have one final question. Can you give me like the 30-second version of it? Just the other instance of I have heard something about the January 6th committee destroying evidence. It wasn't just nonsense. I read an LA Times article about how some of it was destroyed. What was the deal there?
I know how do I say this? So there was supposed to be exculpatory evidence that some of the defendants were asking for, like videotapes of themselves and how they were caught or whatever, and they weren't given any of that. And then when they went to go asking for it, they said they didn't have it and didn't have to give it. And then when the Republicans were taking over the House and the committee was told to preserve all of the data, they didn't, and then now it's no longer in existence.
Yeah, so from the LA Times article on the topic, Possession of the massive trove of evidence collected by the committee was long expected to remain an issue on Capitol Hill once the panel's work was done. The Select Committee's 18-month investigation is believed to be among the most extensive probes in congressional history, but much of it was done behind closed doors, so the full extent of what was collected is unknown. Committee staff spoke with more than 1,000 people for the investigation, which resulted in millions of pages of depositions, cell phone and text records, emails, staff notes, and analysis by outside organizations. Official records are typically handed over to a successor committee, then to the House Clerk, and eventually to the National Archives, where they're shielded by law from public view for at least 30 years. When Republicans took control of the House in January, they included something new in the rules for the 118th Congress, an order that all documents that were retained from the House January 6th committee go to the House Administration Committee. All materials already sent to the National Archives were to be returned. But I guess because this was from a new Congress, they didn't honor that rule because it took place in the previous Congress.
The leader of the committee said that he didn't think they were that he needed to preserve them, so he didn't. Is the the direct quote.
If I'm looking at that article with you, because again, I've heard this allegation as well. I recall fact checkers saying that it was not true, that evidence was not knowingly destroyed. If you read on those articles, it says that House Rule, it looks like 7, which outlines preservation of House records at the end of each 2-year Congress and has been used by nearly every Congress, including the current one, loosely defines what has to be preserved. It says the committee should preserve, quote, an official permanent record of the committee, including any record of a legislative oversight or any or other activity of such committee or subcommittee thereof. What committees consider an official record have varied widely over the years. For some, the definition includes transcripts, official correspondence, and drafts of legislation. Other committees might include staff notes and internal memos. Some preserve only their final report and notices of hearings that were held. McCarthy, who is now Speaker, sent Benny Thompson a letter in December demanding the preservation of all records collected and transcripts of testimony taken during your investigation in accordance with House rules, but he had no authority to enforce it because the committee disbanded moments before the new Congress controlled by Republicans was sworn in. Their new rule ordering preservation of any non-concurrent records from the committee could only apply to records that had already been transferred to a successor committee or to the National Archives. In essence, the Republicans couldn't order the Jan 6 Select Committee to turn anything over because it no longer existed. Yeah,
I read that one. And that tells me that because the new rule didn't take into place until after the J6 committee was torn down, and McCarthy didn't have any power to tell them to hold on to it, they decided not to keep it.
Okay.
Or that tells me that's sketchy as shit.
But if you read 2 paragraphs down, do you see this that Thompson said the Select Committee was not obligated to archive all video recordings of transcribed interviews or depositions, but determined that written transcripts were sufficient. So there is a record, just not the total record that Republicans wanted, which was apparently the videotape.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Well, let me jump in here because I do have to go right now. Okay.
We gotta, gang. I'm hungry. I'm starving.
Yeah.
Are you getting hangry, Wick? Get a Snickers.
So basically, like I know that this is the legal proceeding. It's probably all done above board in terms of the letter of the law. But as a data hoarder personally, I don't like the idea of stuff due to a rule being like arbitrarily destroyed or deleted or not able to be seen anymore. That just bothers me on a personal level because I like to keep I hoard every single thing that I come across in case it's useful for later. Every slip of paper, every link, every weird conspiracy theory. I keep it all backed up somewhere.
Every penis doodle.
Yeah.
Man, there's a hoarders episode for you somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah. I hoard data. I hoard data like crazy. So when I hear this, like, I don't know if this could be used legally, but it does make me think, like, why didn't you just keep it, guys? Like, what the fuck?
It raises questions that didn't need to be raised. But before we go, I just want to thank you, Dev, for coming on, spend some time with me, and collabing with me a bit. I'll put my check
no problem.
to you in the mail? Because this is purely business transaction, right?
Oh, you saw that tweet too,
I did.
eh?
It was funny.
Oh
was
my
funny.
god. Okay, there was like a VTuber who was saying like, listen, every time you collab with someone, like someone's got to be paying someone. It's all transactional. There's no real friendships in the online space. It's like, what the fuck? Like, are you sociopathic?
What world are they living in? This is all friendship based, which is great and terrible at the same time, right? So.
Dev asks me for money all the time.
Oh well.
Yeah, but that's because you make okay. Hold on. That's because you make 6 figures a month. I don't care about asking for money. 6 figures a month?
Holy shit! Right? Okay. Look.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sidebar. What?
We'll take later.
I knew it.
But for now, gang, Josiah, thank you for coming on. Artemis, really appreciate your perspective as well. I would love to have like a more sit down thing about this, but again, you caught me when I'm trying. I was gonna go to McDonald's, now I can't because it's closed. So fuck all of you. I'll see you guys later. My next show is on Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to have a bunch of alpha males explain to those silly women why feminism has succeeded for them, whereas the women, the silly women that they are going to explain why modern feminism has failed them. So it should be a fun debate, should be a fun discussion. Tune in, 6:30 p.m. on Thursday. Check us out. For now, we're going to raid out into Nina, so wave bye, everyone, if you can. Oh, wait, I'm the only one who can.
Goodbye.
Yep.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.